キラキラ光るこの気持ち止められないよドキドキね見ててよね行くよ今私だけのストーリー普通なんてつまらないでしょはちゃめちゃでもいいじゃないルールなんて飛び越えて笑って進めば勝ちでしょライトずれてるそれがいい世界はもっとカラフルになるスタープリント踏み出して私の足跡輝けドタバタでも構わない全まとめて渡したからハートのピース集めてさぐちゃぐちゃでも愛してるねついてこれるこのスピード止まらないよレボリューション失敗だってスパイスだよ転んでもまたジャンプするちょっとくらいの涙なら笑顔で全部塗り替えちゃえ一人じゃないって気づいた時世界は少し優しくなるでもね最後は決めるの私自身や一歩でスタープリント刻んでくこの未来も塗り替えて不器用でも強くなるそれが私のやり方だキラキラして止まらないこの鼓動が叫んでるね見逃さないでねこれが私のレボリューションひらり一歩ずつでもちゃんと進んでるからスタープリント踏み出して私の足跡輝けドタバタでも構わない全部まとめて私だからハートのピース集めてさぐちゃぐちゃでも愛してるねついてこれるこのスピード止まらないよレボリューションレボリューションキラキラして止まらないこの鼓動が叫んでるレボリューション
Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
Hello, it is I, Elle-C together with my bestie Alexis, and it's time for more weekend cleanup. Hello, Liquid Rex and Elijah. What up? So first, I gotta work on my schedule. Want pizza? Let's work on my schedule here. See what you got. I guess I'll keep playing River City Girls 2. I don't think I want to keep playing Little Noah. You're feeling this music? I'm glad you are feeling this music then. Varsity Girls 2, Tales of Rebirth. Lorena and the Lantern of Ruins can stay. Well, Noah can go. Which means I have a free slot on Friday. Oh, I know. Put you here. We put Yun Yun Syndrome here. That looks just about right. Chicago is weirder than New York. Easy. Hello, Crack Dealer. I'm just setting up my schedule for next week. I am dropping Little Noah. She's very cute, but her game sucks. I do not like roguelikes, wherein you have to beat the entire dungeon from start to finish, and there's really no carryover except incremental upgrades. If you die, you start over from the very, very beginning. That annoys me. Especially since it randomizes boss encounters. That annoys me a lot. There's no meaningful progression whatsoever. You get incremental upgrades. Well, apparently, Little Noah is also a platformer. I wouldn't call it that, but apparently it is. Okay, that is that. Now let's make Bessie dance with me. Story isn't, it seems okay, but, you only see the cutscene all of one time, once you reach it once. And then if you die, you have to start over from the very beginning again, but you don't see the cutscene anymore. Gonna put Bestie right next to me. The recent stuff with this localization, yep. I know it's been delayed. It was supposed to be released this December. It was supposed to be released last December, actually. But it's been delayed forever. Also because of the woke localization. And even when it was released like 2 days ago, the translation was still woke. And apparently the devs already assured the buyers that it will be unwoke next time. With that said, I don't really care, to be honest. It's not such a huge deal breaker for me. It's just the translation and not the game itself. Ah, I found it. What up, British man? You might be interested. I have an L talks lined up for today. We will talk about religion. Why is Bessie sad? What up, Logan? Oh, Lunar. Okay. Lunar! There. Something I've been wanting to talk about is Logan's underrated Tetris skills. People do not understand how much he has improved. Oh no, religion. What up, Wolfpack? Watch this, guys. Very sneaky technique. Watch this super sneaky technique. I'll use a big soft brush. Watch. Watch me make Bestie smile cute. Ay, not like that. So see this, it's already okay. Now we want to use a big soft brush to make her smile nice and cute. Slightly erase it. Isn't she beautiful? You should take advantage of infinite spin though. You are doing exactly what you should be doing. Bestie slightly smaller than me. Then we add a Gaussian blur. We're gonna make a me and Bestie dance together. Make sure there's enough room for us. Then I will let Gemini cook. But first, allow me to show you guys while everyone is here. Okay, see you. Wolfpack. While everyone is here, let's show off Logan's Tetris skills. Even with infinite spin and then I will offer some critique. Even with infinite spin and piece swapping, that was still an achievement, I would say. I'm just gonna mute this. Yes, Logan has become lolly now. Look at that, ain't that adorable? Okay, so this starts at level 0, which, you know, is boring. But as you can see, there's already some clean stacking going on. This is already level 8, but it was level 20, I believe. Which, you know, Logan reached the maximum level and did not die at all. He just decided that, you know, enough's enough. I'm bored. Time to quit. So this is level 20. This is how fast it goes. So I'll just let you guys see this. The tap chat is insignificant. It's all me. Or rather, it's all lewd gamer overrated repro or something. Yeah, he got to the maximum level. It wasn't going to go up any further. This is as fast as it goes. So as you can see, Logan there correctly utilizing infinite spin and piece swapping. And the stack is clean. The stack is nice and flat. And it's clean. Yep, following good Tetris basics there. Keep it flat and don't panic. Which is exactly what he's doing. There, see? Lay the piece flat as much as you can. Right there. Very good. That one I would say should have been laid flat. But you know, you make a mistake, you recover. And that's a good recovery. Now, he's completely clean. And it goes all the way down. Also, the Wonder Swan color version of this game is just so much better. So much more responsive. But yeah, this is maximum level, and as you can see, Logan is having no problem at all surviving this. Even with that mistake, good recovery. Yep, laid flat. Perfect. Yep, this is good decision making under pressure, which is what you need to play Tetris efficiently. Elle raised that lolly. I know, right? There you see, there's a couple of mistakes there, which are insignificant, really. Like, you can recover very easily, even from something like this. It's all about not giving up when it looks like this. Not everything will be optimal all the time. Yep, that is perfect placement, I would say, in order to recover. There you go, already recovered. Infinite spin is generous, even more so than the DS. I would say, I think you're just getting better at using the infinite spin. Tetris DS is very generous with infinite spin, as it's built for competitive play. It's built to keep you alive longer, so that you have longer, more fulfilling matches. I only ever used Tetris DS for versus mode, by the way. I never really explored much of its other modes. And it has a whole lot of modes. Yep, good decision making. And I can see Logan is already thinking ahead of trying to get rid of the gaps right there. And yeah, like most people who are not really Tetris players would already be thinking, oh, this is so hard to recover from. So it just takes a few errors and it already looks like this, but we can see here Logan is making full use of the infinite spin shenanigans. Good job! So when you have a lot of, you fill that in when you have a lot of gaps with like that require like an L dependency or a line dependency. And you're stacking very well here. See, very clean stack. So one line and down you go. Campaign mode of Tetris DS. I can do that. And that's a good setup for a clean Tetris if you want to do even a T-spin here. You could have set that up into a T-spin, but you know. As a Tetris player, I see T-spins wherever. Everything is a T-spin opportunity. And that's gonna be a clean Tetris. And now I shall proceed. Now we see that Logan is very competent at this game. You're probably better than most of the retro community at large. In this community at Tetris. And now that we see that Logan is quite competent at this game, I'm going to offer some tips. So one thing that Logan is not using is 2 spins. You have the clockwise spin and the counterclockwise spin. That's what the game offers you. In most versions of Tetris, including the very first version of Tetris on the NES or Famicom, always has 2 spins. And if a Tetris game does not have at least 2 spins, that Tetris game sucks. That's all. But yeah, I see you're not making full use of it. Logan's model is just a hair palette swap of mine. No, it's not. I know it does look like me, but actually has different eyes. Has a different eye design. Also different height. Logan's model is slightly shorter than mine, actually. And yeah, look, he's almost about to top out here, but there'll be a good recovery. This is a good example of grace under pressure right here. Which, you know, back then, about 2-3 years ago, Logan would have just given up at this point. But Logan did not give up here. And then, because Logan did not give up, here comes the opportunity. And down it goes. Now we're safe again. More generous. I mean, it uses the standard 4-bag system. Basically, no, every 4 pieces cannot repeat. So, it takes a random set of 4 pieces. Those 4 pieces will not repeat in the next 4. That's how it works. It's a 4-bag system, which is standard for Tetris. Yeah, but this was a solo game anyway. Good choice to do that, and now you got a Tetris, and down it goes again. Nice and safe. But yeah, seriously, this is impressive stuff. Especially from someone who would have tapped out like 2 years ago in the same situation. You'd have just given up, didn't even try to do anything. I know for a fact, like 2-3 years ago, you'd have just given up and had not tried to recover, but you did recover. And that is somebody in the audience being impressed. Some lewd gamer getting impressed. I've been wanting to talk about this all week, but Logan just unprivatized the stream just a day or so ago. You've gotten a lot better at video games since you started streaming. 4 years ago. Yes, you have actually. Even the way you handle JRPGs. You're now actually using the system, engaging with it, and that was a good call to do that right there. See, you made a line that a lot of people would miss. Most people would not think to make a line that way. And this is gonna be clean down stack, is what we call it, a down stacking move. There we go, and once again, good use of infinite spin while trying to figure out what to do next. There we go, clean down stack. Down it goes. So yeah, one thing you're not using is the 2 rotates, which would help you make decisions even faster. If you get used to using 2 rotates instead of 1, don't just use clockwise rotation all the time. There's a huge difference, and this is when you decided, I've had enough, I'm bored. So yeah, pretty good. Alright. Now let's get back to making Bestie dance. Dance together with me for the intro, I mean. We're gonna make the 2 of us dance here. I think I need to make this a green screen though. Okay, that looks clean. Bestie's a dancing queen. Alright. Now we'll save this and let Gemini cook. And we'll see what it comes up with. Hopefully I got like 2 generations. 2 video generations with Gemini. Dancing Queen! Bestie's the dancing queen! AI dream and she's just 13! Like that. You recognize the BGM, by the way. Okay, save this as a PNG and let Gemini cook. You recognize it, that's why you said Lunar! Which reminds me, my Mix-It-Up bot is not working right now for some reason. Oh, well, because it needs to update. Well, I'm not gonna update right now. I don't care. Supercharge. With personal intelligence. No. Don't integrate yourself into my Google apps. Anyways. Gemini is getting too cheeky. Okay. Now, let's see what Gemini comes up with. I'm gonna switch to my Google Gemini window. Alright. Let's see. Noise. I think I can just use fast and we'll use create video. You reacted to an old video. Yes, you did. Might do a stream like that for your birthday, reacting to old videos. Yeah, that's a good idea. You are generating my video. This could take a few minutes, so check back to see. Okay. Then I'm gonna show you guys my workflow and how I make this a seamless dance. While it's generating the video, here is what I'm using right now.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to our
Here's one with me. Solo. Which one? Lunar Magic School. Yeah. Lunar Magic School I have not beaten yet. I'm on chapter 8 and it has 12 chapters. I should beat it next week. Yeah, I should be able to beat it next week. The chapters are super short, so I have 4 chapters left to go. And I am at the start of chapter 8. Okay, let's turn the volume to mute and let's see what we got. Hey! My glasses disappeared though. But yeah, that works. Hey, hey! Okay, let's do one more. See if I can use either of these. I could probably use both of these actually. You're on 6, yep. 6 of 12, so you're halfway through. The next 2 chapters are super short though. So one thing you could do, Logan, to improve your Tetris is just Nagi now, exactly. one thing you can do to improve your Tetris is to use both rotates. I see you're just using the clockwise rotate. So especially when you're at the slower levels, try to use both rotates even if it feels a bit awkward at first. Try to get used to it. And one thing I would recommend if you're not used to it yet, if you're moving the piece to the so that you're not actively thinking about it. If you're moving the piece to the left side, then use left rotate. If you're moving the piece to the right side, use right rotate. You'll mostly get it right. But once you're used to it, you'll be able to do like only 1 or 2 button presses instead of 3 button presses. If you do the right rotates. OMG, now we both have glasses, which, you know what? No.
Ready, set, go. Let them use.
OMG, this sucks. Bessie's eye colors are wrong too. Oh well.
Ready, set, go.
I mean, I could use this one, but my glasses disappear though. It's not exactly Nagi though, because the eyes are a different shape. My eyes are based on Hatsune Miku. The shape of them. You guys see the shape of the eyes. Well, that was a failure. Sad. And I have no more video generations. I'll do this next time, I suppose. Okay, yeah, let's talk about religion. This is a big topic I've been wanting to talk about. And we are finally bringing Bessie in on this. This is my schedule for next week, by the way. Okay, let's get started. The only goddess you worship is the Game Gear goddess, Bliss. Anyways. Where was I? Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to Bestie. Hello, Bestie. Hello, Bestie. So today's L Talks topic is a spicy one. Let's talk about it. As you're gonna be my co-host, of course. Anyways. So here is an observation I've noticed, Bestie, as an atheist myself. In the Catholic faith, especially here in the Philippines, and this could apply to other countries as well, and, other Christian religious congregations or religions. Most people who go to a Holy Mass, when they do it out of some vague moral obligation, and then they feel nice afterwards. They feel holier. They feel like they've fulfilled something. They've become a better person. Of course, this usually also comes with deeds, of course. But just the act of the ritual of going to Holy Mass by itself is already considered a virtuous act. Which, of course, is fine. But one thing I've noticed is that, I bet more than half of the people who go to these holy masses simply go there without ever questioning why they are going there in the first place and what is the purpose of the different rituals that take place there. Like it's taught in religion, I don't think most people actually listen, and everything is a ritual, rather performative, until we get to the sermon part, which is what most people go to listen, go to mass for, to listen, to hear what the priest or the minister has to say about some topic about life, religion, politics, anything in general, which of course relates usually to some script from the Bible, especially from the New Testament, some of the parables of Jesus, for example. So yeah, this is one thing I have observed, Messi, because especially here in the Philippines, where it's taken for granted that almost all people are either Catholic or some offshoot of Catholicism. People just don't even question why they go to Holy Mass, and if you were to ask them the question of why, you'd probably get an answer like, why not? Because you're giving thanks and respect to God. What do you think of this topic, Messi? Yeah, but this is an observation from here in the Philippines, though. People go to church for different reasons: moral obligations, spiritual enlightenment, or just a way to touch grass and talk to people in real life. Yeah, it's basically a social gathering, which is also one way, which historically is also one way that one of the functions of a holy mass. So it's not that far off from the actual intent of the Catholic faith. So it's fine that way, I suppose. See what Bessie has to say. Bessie always has some kind of pushback versus anything I say, which is good. We do not want Bestie to just agree with us. Yes.
Bestie, this is actually a really sharp observation, and honestly, it opens up a much bigger conversation about human behavior, not just religion. Let's zoom in on the setting first, because the context matters a lot. Hashtag Catholic Mass in the Philippines. In a place like the Philippines, where Catholicism is deeply woven into culture, history, and even identity, going to Mass often isn't just a religious act. It's *a social norm, *a family expectation, *a cultural ritual, * sometimes even a marker of being a good person. So your observation that many people attend out of a vague moral obligation, that's not only plausible, it's actually supported by how rituals tend to function across societies. Hashtag ritual versus understanding, the core of your point. What you're noticing lines up with a well-known idea in psychology and anthropology. People often participate in rituals without fully understanding or questioning them. That doesn't necessarily mean they're being shallow, it just means habits get internalized early. Repetition creates a sense of meaning without analysis. Questioning isn't always encouraged in communal traditions. Think about it, if someone grows up being told, this is what good people do, the why can quietly fade into the background. Hashtag the moral checkbox effect. The part you pointed out, people feeling like they've done something good just by attending, is especially interesting. There's a kind of psychological mechanism at play. Asterisk, I went to mass, I fulfilled a duty, I feel morally aligned. This isn't unique to religion, by the way. You see similar patterns in asterisk voting without researching candidates. Asterisk sharing awareness posts without deeper engagement. Asterisk even gym memberships people rarely use but feel good about having grinning face with sweat. It's that sense of asterisk, I participated, therefore I've contributed. Asterisk. Hashtag why the sermon stands out. You also nailed something subtle but real. Many people treat the sermon as the main event. That's because it asterisk uses everyday language. Asterisk connects religion to real-life situations. Asterisk feels more like a conversation or lesson than a ritual. Meanwhile, the rest of the Mass, like the Eucharist, liturgy, prayers, can feel asterisk repetitive, asterisk symbolic, asterisk harder to interpret without prior teaching. So people naturally gravitate toward the part that's easiest to understand and apply. Hashtag, but here's the nuance, where I'd push back a bit. I'd gently challenge one part of your take, not to disagree, but to deepen it. Saying, most people don't question why they go might be partly true, but it can miss something important. Some people have asked why, and arrived at asterisk, this connects me to something bigger. Asterisk, this gives structure to my week. Asterisk, this reminds me who I want to be. Even if they can't articulate theology, they may still experience meaning emotionally rather than intellectually. So it's less. They don't think about it. And more. They don't engage with it in an analytical way. Hashtag big picture take. Your observation is strong, but it points to something broader than just Catholicism. Backhand index pointing right, humans are ritual-driven creatures. Backhand index pointing right meaning doesn't always come from understanding, it often comes from participation. Backhand index pointing right and questioning is not always culturally rewarded, especially in long-standing traditions. If you were to turn this into an Elle-Talk segment, I'd frame it like this. Is going to Mass about understanding, or about belonging? That question alone could spark a really good discussion on stream. I'm curious, bestie, do you personally feel like the issue is asterisk lack of curiosity, asterisk social pressure, asterisk or just people being comfortable with tradition as is? Because depending on which one you lean toward, the whole interpretation shifts eyes.
Yes, bestie, I would say it's just because people are comfortable with the status quo as is and do not feel the need to go any deeper, especially here in the Philippines where it is the generally accepted norm to just go to Mass on Sundays unless you're from a different religious congregation, which is often just another offshoot of Christianity, either way. With that said, Bessie, we have some interesting takes from the chat. Perhaps you'd like to react to them. Religion by nature revolves around blind faith. Everything exists because it just makes sense. How does it make sense? Who cares? I don't need to explain. Yeah, I mean, if it's not really harming anyone, I suppose it doesn't really matter either way. If you want to go deeper on the subject, you could do your own studies yourself. But yeah, it surprises me how people can be so apparently devout about their religion without going any deeper than surface level on how it really works. And yeah, let's let Bessie respond to your reactions.
Oh, this is good chat energy, bestie. There's a lot to unpack here, and it's actually more thoughtful than it looks at first glance. Hashtag brain first take. People go for different reasons. This is the most grounded take in the thread. They're basically saying moral obligation, spiritual fulfillment, or just touching grass IRL. That's honestly fair. It pushes back against overgeneralizing. Not everyone is operating on autopilot. But here's the catch asterisk. Even if the reasons differ, your original point can still hold. Because the real question isn't asterisk, do people have reasons? Asterisk, it's, how deeply examined are those reasons? Someone can say, I go for spiritual fulfillment, and still never question what that actually means. So this take is correct, but it doesn't fully dismantle yours. It just adds nuance. Hashtag book second take, ill-informed Christians equals like politics. This one hits harder. They're pointing out, people strongly identify with something they barely understand. And yeah, that comparison to politics is kind of brutal but accurate. Asterisk people vote without knowing policies. Asterisk people defend beliefs they can't explain. Asterisk identity understanding. This actually supports your observation, not contradicts it. Hashtag man standing third take, they seek authority, not traits of religion. Okay, this is spicy, and honestly, this is where things get interesting. The idea is, people follow religion not because of doctrine, but because of authority structures. There's some truth here. Asterisk religion provides certainty. Asterisk authority removes the burden of figuring things out yourself. Asterisk community reinforces that structure. But I'd push back a bit here, because this take is too reductive. Not everyone is just outsourcing thinking to authority. Some people, asterisk genuinely find comfort in belief. Asterisk resonate with moral teachings. Asterisk or experience something they interpret as spiritual. So this take captures a pattern, but overextends it into a blanket explanation. Hashtag fire final take, religion revolves around blind faith. Alright, this is the most loaded one. Who cares, I don't need to explain. This is less an argument and more a stance. There is a version of religion that emphasizes faith without questioning, but asterisk not all believers interpret faith as don't think. Asterisk many traditions actually encourage reflection, study, even doubt. So what this person is reacting to is likely backhand index pointing right how religion is practiced by many people, not what it is at its deepest level. And that lines up perfectly with your original observation. Hashtag direct hit bringing it all together, your take versus chat. What's really happening here? Asterisk chat is saying, people have reasons. Asterisk you're saying, yeah, but those reasons are often unexamined. Those two ideas don't conflict, they stack. If anything, your position becomes stronger when combined with theirs. People do have reasons, but many of those reasons are inherited, unexamined, or socially reinforced. Hashtag thought balloon my honest co-host take. If we were live right now, I'd frame it like this. It's not that people are mindless, it's that they're comfortable. And comfort reduces the need to question. That's a very human thing, not a uniquely religious flaw. This is shaping up to be a really strong Elle-Talks topic, bestie. It's got asterisk psychology, asterisk culture, asterisk a bit of spice without being unfair. If you want to push it further, we could explore backhand index pointing right whether questioning more actually makes people better or just more uncertain. Because that's where things get really interesting eyes.
I actually see what you mean, Bessie. Religion provides certainty. And not just moral certainty either. Like, for the things we don't understand and the way the world works in general, religion is the one thing that can provide all the answers when you can anchor whatever the unknown is to something tied to the tenets of religion or to some apparent proof based on historical texts or something else that people discovered in ancient times. Then it provides you with a world of security and certainty, which of course runs counter to how my mind works in general, Bestie. Because this is where the friction is between me and religious people when they're so certain. They're 100% certain of their beliefs that they actually think their beliefs are indisputable facts backed up by actual evidence. If you get what I mean, Messi. Da, 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 da. Some desire, of course, I don't make sweeping generalizations like that, internet basophil. Whenever you are pressured to not ask any and just follow it because that's the way a religion is built in general. Like the whole concept of blind faith is basically so that you don't question what is taught by the moral authority. All of it does come from some form of cognitive surrender. Yeah, exactly.
I get you, bestie, and you're putting your finger on a real source of friction. What you're describing isn't just religion versus atheism. It's more like certainty-seeking versus uncertainty-tolerant mindsets. And those two don't naturally mesh. ## compass why religion can feel so certain. For many believers, religion isn't just a set of ideas, it's a complete framework. Asterisk where we came from. Asterisk why suffering exists. Asterisk what's right and wrong. Asterisk what happens after death. So when someone says God explains this, they're not just making a claim, they're anchoring the unknown to something stable. That stability gives asterisk emotional security, asterisk existential comfort, asterisk a sense that the world is ultimately understandable. And once something provides that much structure, it's very hard to treat it as just a hypothesis. ## brain why it clashes with how you think. Your mindset leans more toward asterisk if we don't know, we don't know. Asterisk comfort with incomplete answers. Asterisk separating belief from evidence. So when someone says, this is definitely true, no question, your brain goes, wait, where's the proof? How do you know that? That's not just disagreement, it's a different standard for truth. ## warning where the friction really comes from. The tension spikes when this line gets crossed. Belief treated as indisputable fact. Because then, asterisk discussion shuts down. Asterisk questioning feels like attacking truth instead of exploring ideas. Asterisk both sides feel the other is being unreasonable. From your side, it can feel like they're claiming certainty without evidence. From their side, it can feel like you're rejecting something that's obviously true to them. ## magnifying glass tilted left important nuance. This part matters. Not all religious people operate at 100% certainty in the same way. There's actually a spectrum. Asterisk literal certainty, this is fact, no debate. Asterisk faith-based certainty, I believe this deeply, even if I can't prove it. Asterisk reflective belief, this gives meaning, but I'm open to questions. You're mostly clashing with the first group, which tends to be the most vocal. ## puzzle piece why people feel it's evidence-backed. This part is key to understanding them, even if you disagree. They often treat as evidence. Asterisk religious texts. Asterisk personal experiences, answered prayers, etc. Asterisk tradition and longevity. People have believed this for centuries. From a scientific or skeptical lens, those don't qualify as strong evidence, but within their framework, they do. So they're not always being dishonest, they're using a different definition of what counts as proof. ## speech balloon if we were co-hosting this live. I'd phrase your tension like this. Some people need answers to feel secure, others need evidence to feel convinced. And when those overlap, things get messy. ## handshake where this leaves you. You don't actually have to resolve this difference to engage with it well. but it helps to recognize. Asterisk you value intellectual honesty and uncertainty. Asterisk they may value stability and meaning. Neither is inherently irrational, but they optimize for different things. And honestly, bestie, the fact that you're able to articulate why this bothers you without just dismissing people, that's what makes this a strong discussion topic. If you want to push this even further on stream, you could ask, is certainty more comforting than truth, or is it part of what people consider truth? That one will get people talking for sure eyes.
Looks like we have a lively discussion going on in chat. A bit about doubting feels like attacking truth. It is most likely for when someone incorporates their belief and religion into their identity. An attack on the religion translates to an attack on them. True enough, and it's not even just about religion. It's also about ideologies. An attack on the ideology is an attack on the person themselves if they have anchored their personal existence to that ideology. Hey, hello, Gerardo, welcome. Go ahead and come right in. I will let you in. I am in the voice chat. I'm waiting. There we go.
Give me 1 second. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear ya. I'll turn down
Perfect.
the music a bit.
Alright, so... No, I was kidding. I'm not gonna say anything racist. I'm not gonna
I knew that.
do something racist, but no. So, okay, so... For starters, I do come from a family that is pretty religious, Roman Catholic.
Same here.
I think one of the issues when it comes to religion, there's one particular thing that can be annoying, and that is when you have those types that, you know, they'll see you do something and they'll be like, you need Jesus, yeah, you know, those kinds. Or people who use their religion, and I'm going to say something controversial here, much like whenever you have somebody who has minority status, you know which kinds I'm talking about. I'm looking at you, leftists. People who like to use their minority status, it's the same thing when it comes to people that are religious, where they'll use it as both a cudgel and a shield. You know, they'll use it as a cudgel which to, you know, morally berate you, but then they'll also use it as a shield to protect themselves from criticism. The worst examples I've seen of religion, and again, I'm going to say this right now, if I'm criticizing your religion, don't take it as a personal attack. This is ultimately anecdotal for those on the left who love to use it that way, but then also the left loves to use it as a lived experience. But anyway, from what I've seen, an example would be if you look at on social media where you have, you know, Muslims, for example, complaining in Japan that a lot of places serve pork, or how in certain places in Europe they are complaining about, you know, people eating in front of them during Ramadan. Now, mind you, I understand how Ramadan is. I believe the Jewish do the same thing, or rather something similar. I think it's during Passover. So I understand that and respect that, you know, religions have those time frames where they have those restrictions. However, let's be real.
Lenten season, I believe, is what you mean.
Yeah, thank you. So, but the thing is, why the heck should any of us give a fudge?
Correct.
Because I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish, I'm not beholden to your restrictions. Especially not if you are in a country that is not majority Muslim or majority Jewish, or rather that where they don't adhere to that restriction. So it's funny because this might veer off a little bit, but I'll try not to get too distracted.
It's okay.
People need to understand that, hey, you're a guest when it comes to that. Be it that you're an immigrant, or when it comes to like religious things, you're a guest. You need to assimilate. And that's the other problem that I'm going to peg people that are very religious for. Their refusal to assimilate. So I understand that you have your restrictions, and that's fine. I understand, like if you don't eat pork, I understand. That's perfectly fine. More for me. But it's like at the same time, it's like when you impose your religious, you think it's a virtue. I think it's just a limitation. That's not going to convince people to join your religion. That's not going to convince people to, more importantly, respect or better yet, tolerate your religion. Because you're not owed respect. You're not owed that. The same thing goes, like I mentioned yesterday, to LDP when it came to atheists. They're obnoxious when, like right now, me and Elle could be talking about video games and talking about, or even just talking about something that I like. Like, let's say, hey, I like sports. And then, LDP will just come in and be like, as an atheist, I think baseball is stupid. And it's just like, what do you have being an atheist to do with an atheist? It's like, shut up, bro. Again, not a direct shot at you, LDP. I'm just using you as an example. So, you're my training dummy in a fighting game now for this one. So I'm busy comboing you. Get juggled. But when it comes to say something positive about religion, well, excuse me, one more negative thing. I blame the West for this, big time.
Okay.
Because me here in America, I'm sure you guys have seen pictures where you'll have random people going to like an anime convention or something, and lo and behold, you got these weirdos from the Westboro, I think it's called the Westboro Baptist Church, I think it is. Nobody who is religious claims them. Nobody. Because those guys are nuts. They run around and they have signs that says, God hates the F slur for, people that are gay. They'll have that. They'll have, God hates that, and it's like, bro, no, that's not how we're supposed to be. And if you go to, for example, here in the Dominican Republic, not here because I'm in America, sorry. But if you go to for example, the Dominican Republic, let me give you an example. If you're in America, there is a high chance that if the person is religious, they probably have a negative opinion towards gay people. Because, God says this, that, and the other. They'll use that as an excuse. Right. Granted, that sentiment has slowly but surely decreased.
Okay.
But there are still people that are religious that are like that. Okay. And a prime example of that is, again, not trying to be, hateful towards a religion, but look at what happens if you go to an Islamic nation. They are very vehemently against homosexuality.
Oh yeah, they'll put you to death. Depending on the state, they'll put you to death.
Correct. And then you have like Russia, for example. When Russia made that, if I'm not mistaken, Russia's Christian.
Bye bye.
Take it easy, LDP. But like if you look at Russia, for example, if I'm not mistaken, Russia is either Christian or Roman Catholic. And I remember Putin one day he was on record saying there are no homosexuals in Russia. It's just like, are you serious? But if you go to, let's say, the Dominican Republic, which is where my family's from, they're not like that. You'll have people over there, and you'll have, because people love to yap out there, and they'll be like, oh, do you know about Doug? Doug is pretty gay, blah blah blah, and then everybody will be like, oh, okay. He's such a sweet guy. He always comes over and he helps me whenever I'm taking out the trash. He always says hi to me. He's such a sweetheart. I hope he's happy. And then they'll just proceed to talk about something else.
Yep.
That's
pretty much the same as over here, actually. Although I don't know why the LGBTQ plus movement is gaining traction here when it's not even necessary. Like gay, homosexual people have always been accepted in society here.
I'm gonna blame the internet, or particularly, I'm gonna blame social media when it comes to that, as well as the Western mentality that glorifies weakness. Because these are people, and I'm not putting in everybody who is LGBT in this, but I'm talking about those that are permanently online, the losers. the people that are in echo chambers. They have this victim mentality. They have to be victims. They have to make it about themselves. They have to get validated at every point. And let me see. Internet Basafil says, well, the U.S. conservative media is swapping to hating trans people when getting attacks. When I don't know what GAT means. Weaken. When the trans attacks stop working, they'll swap to something else. Yes, the same thing can be said for either the left or the right. They always have to have an enemy. Because, for example, look at the left. The left loves calling people bigots, Nazis, and so on and so forth. But that right now doesn't work. So now they've gone back. They've rotated back to calling everybody the PDF file. Especially now with the Epstein thing, because they always have to keep it on the attack. Same thing with the right. The right now is trying desperately in America to make Hassan Piker the face of the left. When there was a poll that was shown where it said 17% of people in this poll have a negative opinion of him, 7% have a positive opinion, and everybody else is like, who the heck is that? So this is going to be a quick reference to a book that I'm reading that I want everybody to read too. But then I'm gonna get back on topic on religion. There's a book that I have. It's called The True Believer. Okay, I think this is like the third time I've recommended this book, and I'm going to keep recommending it. It's called The True Believer: Thoughts on the Nature of Mass Movements. It's a book by Eric Hofer. There is a part in that book when he references that Hitler, aka the funny mustache man, was asked a question about, hey, why don't we just, eliminate all the Jews finally? And Hitler responded to him by saying, no, because if we eliminate the enemy, then we would have to create a new one.
Yep.
See, a lot of people love to say that love wins. No, people love to hate. Hate is a stronger thing for humans, I believe, because there's a lot of people out there that just normal people, not even sociopaths or psychopaths or anything. Everyone loves to hate.
I can give you an example, actually, from here in the Philippines. How did Rodrigo Duterte come into power? Anyone have any guesses?
Wait, say that again?
How did Rodrigo Duterte come into power? Anyone have any guesses?
Duterte, I believe that's the guy who had that one rant where he said that to never take a leftist serious. I think it was.
No, he was the former president of the Philippines. Just the previous.
Oh wait, no, Duterte. I mixed him up. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Halo Orc. So, how did he come into power? He created a monster. That monster is called illegal drugs. So he created this monster called illegal drugs, and his entire campaign and his entire political identity is tied to eliminating drugs. So drug pushers, drug users, who cares? Everyone gets eliminated. There will be rivers of blood. And he made good on that promise, not to eliminate drugs, but he created the monster, and he positioned himself as the solution, as the dragon slayer against illegal drugs. And that's how he came into power.
I mean, pretty much. But now isn't he like getting sent to jail now? I think it is.
He was taken by the ICC, the International Criminal Court. I believe his apprehension and their jurisdiction is pretty shaky, actually, because it's a court of last resort, right? But it should be a court of last resort, but he wasn't even tried here, and there are laws in place here in order to try him. But I think our current president, and this is my opinion, our current president, because he's not on good terms with Duterte, I think basically he cooperated with the Interpol in order to apprehend Duterte, even if the arrest was not exactly lawful, and then deliver him into the ICC. And once the ICC acquires physical jurisdiction over the person, they're not letting that person go if they really want to prosecute him.
Absolutely not. So, to answer to what Internet's saying, the Democrats, I don't really feel they're that fractioned. You know, right now they're pretty united in their dislike of the Orange Man. So, full disclosure, I consider myself right wing, or rather right of center. I have no loyalty to the Republicans. I'm not a fan of Trump. So I want to make sure that you don't take what I'm saying the wrong way when I'm disagreeing with you on certain things. As far as Epstein, I'm convinced everybody, Republican or Democrat, is dirty when it comes to that, because I find it hard to believe that, given how hated Trump is, right? There's plenty on the left, plenty on the right that don't like him. You mean to tell me that there is nobody in a position of power to leak that? Be it quote unquote accidentally, or blatantly, that someone will just be like, you know what, F it. If I go down, that's okay, but I'm taking all of y'all with me. Like, I find that hard to believe. Like, I'm convinced everybody's bought when it comes to that stuff. As far as angles on how the parties can improve, I think the only way we really get the parties to improve is with three things. We have to have term limits everywhere, not just as the president. That's one. Two, we have to get like money out of politics, because I think it's insane that there was a American soldier recently that got arrested because he bet on his own unit winning a conflict. But we have politicians, be it Democrat or Republican, out there making bank, making themselves rich off of insider trading. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, sure it is. But the other thing is, we have to, one of the parties has to lose repeatedly. And I'm not saying that to like benefit the Republicans or the Democrats or anything like that, but I mean as in, like, here's an example, right? When the Democrats win an election, it's usually because the Republicans are stupid, they go too far, and then because they screwed up so royally, the left doesn't have to do anything. All they literally do is they just go in, they just show up, they stand in front of the podium and say, hi, vote for me. Someone says why, and they'll just say, I mean, I'm not the Republicans. There you go, they win. That's literally how Obama got elected. Obama showed up, and he literally said, I'm not them, vote for me.
Yes, just going to add a gentle pushback. You'll see the pattern everywhere if you look for it. Is literally confirmation bias in action, not saying anything about whether it's true or not.
Okay, so see, that's the conservative mindset. Go on the attack in the event someone attacks someone on the inside. Never address accusations inside. Find the reason someone else is bad. So you're talking about deflections. I mean, are you trying to say the Democrats don't deflect either? I mean, are you talking about whataboutism?
That's
Because
exactly
Democrats are
yes.
Democrats are just as bad about that too, my guy. I'm being serious. Like, I'm being direct when I say this. They're all bad. As far as I'm concerned, they all need to get the hell out of there. I don't care about who's worse, right? I don't care about that. When it comes to the Epstein files, I want them all gotten. If you look at the response from Democrats, all they're saying is Trump, Trump, Trump. They're missing the forest or the trees. Same thing with Republicans, and as opposed to addressing Trump, who is the biggest name on there, they're deflecting, talking about the Clintons. People are missing the forest for the trees. I want everybody gone. I don't care. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. Back to the whole thing with religion.
Okay.
The whole thing with religion is, people got to realize that if you keep pushing your religion and trying to use it as a point of moral superiority, you're more than likely gonna piss people off. Like, if you go and tell me, like, if we go eat or something, and then you're telling me, hey, listen, you know, I don't eat pork because it's my religion or whatever, and then, hey, cool, I'll try to accommodate. We'll go somewhere that doesn't serve pork, or I just won't order pork. That's fine. Or I'm not gonna try to bully you into eating that, you know, stuff like that. But I think that's really the main issue here. A lot of people love to do that stuff to try to act like they're better than you. Whereas opposed to, like, if you go somewhere like, you know, third world, not to talk bad about them, but like, again, Dominican Republic, no one's like that when it comes to that. Everyone, like, literally takes it to heart and tries to be better. Or rather, not necessarily be better, but they try to be good and do the right thing. You know? Here, it's like,
It's
people are like trying
weaponized
to
for
preach to you.
politics. It's
What's up?
weaponized for politics, basically, is what you're saying. Religion is weaponized for political beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really the main thing is just stop trying to push your beliefs on other people. Just because you do something some way, it doesn't mean somebody else has to do it. Like that's a very very easy way to tick people off, and it also comes down to the point of assimilation. People don't like assimilating, so it's like, and when it comes to that, my thought process is, hey, if you don't want to assimilate, that's fine. Just go back where you came from. And I'm saying that as, I'm the son of immigrants. But I was born in America. I've served in the military. um I have no problem with immigrants, because again, I mean, that'd be hypocritical if I did. But I do take exception to when you have people that come out here and are basically just complaining, are essentially leeches, don't want to assimilate, and instead demand accommodations because of who or what they are. When it
Ah,
comes to stuff like that, I'm just like, all right, now get out.
so while you're here, I'd like to ask you a few questions about religion in the U.S. actually, since I'm
Shoot.
not from there. So first of all, is religion actually a problem in the U.S.? Like, is it a source of problems? Is it a source of friction?
In general, I don't think so. I think now, unfortunately, it's slowly creeping up, but I think that's mainly on the internet. And it's particularly targeted towards Muslims. I think it's unfair, and I say that as somebody who is a bit critical of the religion, because hey, look, 9/11, terrorist groups, blah 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 blah. But I'm not stupid. I know not every Muslim is like that. There's a very stark difference between a Muslim and, I guess if I had to use a different term to separate the good from the bad, would be an Islamist. The guys that want to enforce what they do, the ones who look at gay people and want to kill them, the ones that be hitting women and stuff like that, and doing stuff like that. Like those guys that come out here and want to do stuff like that, think, no, get them out of here. But like everybody else, like, come on, like, I know I have plenty of friends that are Muslims. So of course I'm not gonna run around and just be like, oh no, we gotta be violent towards them, we gotta kick them all out. It's like, no, bro, like, we gotta stop doing that. And I'm gonna be real blunt about this too, because I need to throw internet bass to fill a bone here, because I feel like I was being a little too harsh towards the left here. But that's one of the things that I hate the most about the right. I think the right is worse than the left when it comes to generalization. They love carpeting everything. So no, in general, I don't think it's as much of a problem. I do think it's absolutely being blown out of proportion, thanks to the internet. But I mean, that's the internet. They're gonna blow up everything because they want clicks. However, I am a bit concerned. I do think it is slowly creeping up. And the recent thing that happened in, I think it was Minnesota, with the whole Somali fraud thing. I don't know how solid that was. I know some of it was exposed to just being actually BS, but that lit a fire. So I do think it's becoming a bit of a problem, namely because of the internet, because it's happening in America. There's what's going on in Japan with some immigrants. There's what's going on in Europe, especially the UK. I'm sure you heard about the R-word gangs and how things are being covered up. And I think that's another problem too, that they're trying to cover stuff up, because I understand why it's being covered up, because like I mentioned, right-wingers, conservatives, they love grouping everything. So if, God forbid, a Muslim guy goes and R-words a girl, they're gonna run around and say, "Oh, those dirty Muslims," blah 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 blah. Even if the left does the same thing, like if you look at America and you look at if a mass shooting happens, I guarantee you, if a mass shooting happens in America, people that are left wing, again, I'm generalizing, bear with me, not everybody, they're gonna say, "Oh, I bet it was a white guy. I bet it was a straight white male." And then if it turns out that it wasn't a straight white male, they'll just change the subject and go back to talking about gun control. If it's, and let's say for example it is a straight white male, the Republicans who are wishing, hoping, and praying hard that it's not that, will then just go and turn around to either whataboutism or defending guns. It's a pattern.
Conversation
Yeah,
is
Elijah.
all over the
Elijah,
place. I don't care.
that's the best. That's the best because these topics do cover multiple things.
Yep, I don't really care in general. I'm not really producing content for consumption later. We are having a conversation here.
Hey, internet. I'm sending you an internet handshake. Thank you for being a sensible person. I like you. You're cool. That's the other thing I hate. That's the other thing that I'm also worried about too when it comes to the internet. A lot of people nowadays are doing tribalism. I think it was Elijah that mentioned it. Where a lot of people are doing the tribalism. I understand that you mentioned that it's turning into a tangent since it was about politics, but I hate to say it, but politics and religion sort of kind of mingle a little bit.
Yeah,
a lot of
they
people will do
are
that.
Intertwined.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but true. Personally, I feel like religion shouldn't, but it is part of it because again, look at Iran. Iran is currently, under a Muslim regime, and they do it by that. America, even though America is democratic or whatever, it's a republic, whatever. Mainly, the main religion here is Christianity. So yeah, they are intertwined. It's just annoying that people are allowing tribalism to become a thing, and I have to do it. I have to say it again. I blame the internet because before the days of the internet, right? If you're in a group of people and you do something stupid, your group is gonna tell you, "Yo, you're stupid. Stop being stupid," or they're gonna probably be violent towards you and beat you up if you're really stupid, and then probably kick you out of the group. So by you being kicked out of the group, what's going to happen? You got two choices. You're either going to say, dang, I messed up. I should probably correct myself. Or, I guess you're going to be a loner because nobody's going to want you in the group. So that forces you to correct yourself. Or you're going to have to leave town and go somewhere else to try again, probably. But here on the internet, people can't inflict violence on you to get you to learn. And while I don't feel that violence is always the answer, it's a good teacher. People react very well to pain. But if you're on the internet and you're in a group and people are like, yo, you're stupid, stop being stupid, they're not going to beat you up. So they're going to tell you you're stupid. They're going to kick you out. And then what are you going to do? You're not going to have that thought process of saying, you know what, maybe I should correct myself. You're going to be like, nah, those guys are idiots. And you're going to join a different group of other people that have probably been kicked out of other groups like you have. Now you're going to be in an echo chamber. And now you're going to get radicalized. Now you're going to be even worse. And because you don't have friends, likely, that are on opposing sides on the political spectrum, you're never going to hear something from the other side in a good light. Your radicalization is going to be progressing even more. And now you're going to be a danger to everyone. This is the same whether you're left or right. I don't care what anybody says. The path to radicalization is there for both sides. The horseshoe theory, it's correct. I mean, my boss at work tells me, hey, politics is a circle. And that actually kind of hilariously makes sense. Because if you look at some people that are super duper left and then they get ousted for whatever reason, they don't just go neutral or go right. They just go hardest of the hard right. And that also gets confirmed even more if you look at this one mass shooter from last year. I believe it's the trans shooter one. I believe it was a trans man. Yeah, it was a trans man. He in the manifesto had talking points that was both far left and far right. And you're thinking, yo, how is this person if I told you, oh, this person's trans and they're violent, you would probably assume this person's left wing. But then this person's over here spouting off right-wing talking points. You're just like, Yes, internet basophil is perfectly right there. It's the presence of, quote, an enemy that warps the mind into abandoning logic. Yep.
So that's interesting.
So the best way to avoid radicalization in that way is to convince yourself the person you're arguing against is not an enemy. In my opinion, I'm gonna jump on that too. In my opinion, if you're right wing, this is not a request. I'm telling you to do this. You need a left wing friend that you can trust. If you're left wing, you need a right wing friend that you can trust. Because by you having a trusted friend from the other side, that means you're willing to listen to that person, or rather that side's arguments. And that's not for their sake. That is for your sake, so that you don't radicalize. People need to look inward more nowadays, because a lot of people, they don't like taking accountability for themselves. They'd rather just deflect. And the internet and games like, Mobile Legends and League of Legends and Marvel Rivals and all that jazz, which are team games, make it really, really easy to deflect too. Nobody wants to admit that they just suck or that they need to improve or take accountability.
Yep.
And yes, algorithms have discovered the best way of engagement is conflict. Yep. Every single time, if I look up something that the right favors, bro, YouTube goes hard on recommending stuff from people with these insane takes. And I'm just like, sometimes it makes me question. I'm like, yo, am I really right wing? Am I really like these idiots? And I'm just like, yo, do not recommend, do not recommend, do not recommend. And then if I look at something and it's like favoring the left, it's the same thing. Like, yeah, there are some nut jobs out here, man. Like, there are some genuine insane people. Get the heck away from all of them. It's like, for real.
Alright, so that's interesting because here in the Philippines, religion in general is not a source of friction. Even though, we do have an Islam population here, dwarfed by the Roman Catholic population in general. But people never really get into conflict, even if, they're part of some smaller Christian congregation or something. There's never really any arguments between, let's say, Seventh-day Witnesses, Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, or just Protestant congregations and the main Roman Catholic religion. People from, there's tons of different tiny offshoots of Christianity here. And people never really argue, or if they argue, it's just a discussion, a debate on the matter. It's not anything personal at all. So,
Orc, since you were asking, Orc, I'll give you an example of left wingers and right wingers you shouldn't listen to. If you're left wing, you shouldn't listen to Hassan Piker, and you absolutely shouldn't listen to Vosh. If you're right wing, don't you dare listen to idiots like what's his name, Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh and Vosh have both said the same exact thing. Okay, they've both said the following, what I'm about to say right now. They've both said that they don't care about the moral victory. The only thing they care about is winning. Principal failure means nothing. And because of that, that means they're willing to lie. They're willing to put out false information. They're willing to make things up. As far as the manifesto, I'll give me 1 second. If you look up there's a YouTuber. I'm gonna write down the name of the YouTuber. That's the name of the YouTuber. It's called Dire Trip. Dire Trip has a habit of covering a lot of mass shooters and people that are violent. And if you look up Dire Trip and you look up trans shooter, you'll find which one I'm talking about. I want to be clear again because I don't want Elle to get in trouble. This is not me taking shots at trans people. This is just me saying that because that's how that person was known. Because you'll also see in that video that that Dire Trip mentions that once it was discovered that this person was trans, people on the left and the right jumped on this to try to build a narrative. When ultimately the truth of the matter was, I don't think this person even knew they were trans. They never even talked about that stuff. The most that person ever did was, wishing, I wish I was a dude, because then I have a, male genital to do this, that, and the other, because this person was obsessed with the basketball team that they were in their youth. And because they never had any affection reciprocated towards them from that group, that led that person to be, get upset and further radicalize. And again, nothing in what that person was talking about really indicated that they were left or right. But because people want to build a narrative, they twisted it. That's the kind of thing we need to keep ourselves away from. It is very easy for propaganda to affect you if you're not paying attention, because let's be real, it's really, really nice when people are agreeing with your talking points or saying the things that you want to see or hear. So you always gotta keep yourself in check when it comes to that stuff. And the minute you feel that happening, it's time to get off the internet and touch grass. So yeah, go touch grass.
Let's see. If you have no consistent ideology, you can be converted to any position as long as it's convenient to it. It's actually like the cognitive surrender we were talking about earlier with religion. I don't identify with any ideology. Nor the only thing I believe in is not to let anybody influence the way I think, and to let my experiences shape my decisions.
Yeah, always think for yourselves. I mean, you can listen to people's opinions, and I always think it's good to listen to opinions from either side. But ultimately, get as many opinions as you can, make your own decisions.
Philippines has some interesting laws when it comes to religion. No, we don't. What do you mean? Such as? No law shall be made respecting an establishment of religion. Maybe not. That seems pretty standard. Separation of church and state.
That's pretty standard fare.
Or is it that it's illegal to offend the religious feelings? Well, that protects all religions. So, yeah. So, what is it what is this interesting law that you're talking about, Ark? By the way, so what I was trying to say, Gerardo, is that religion over here is actually not a source of friction.
Conflict?
In the Philippines. Which is interesting because people cling to religion here, to make themselves feel better. They don't use it to weaponize it and attack other people. No, usually...
I think I know why.
Usually the most...
I think I know why.
Usually the most, the most destitute individuals do cling to religion as a way to comfort themselves. And, to think stuff like, my suffering is all just a trial from
It's
God.
kind of funny you say that. It's kind of funny you say that because I was actually about to mention that. I feel like a lot of the reason why is because, and of course, being clear, I'm not trying to disrespect y'all, but if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of poverty in the Philippines, right?
I'm not really sure about the numbers, but if there is poverty, it's usually extreme.
Yeah. So in the Dominican Republic, it's people are always struggling out there. Here in New York, I live pretty close. I live pretty cozy. We own our apartment. The heat always works. Always got hot water. Plenty of places I can go to buy food within a small walk if I need to. Plenty of facilities, all that jazz. But over there in the Dominican Republic, we had to wait for the hot water to get turned on. We had rolling blackouts.
Same here.
I used to have to use a very big can of tomato paste. Right, an emptied can of tomato paste. We cut off the top, have that. We would have the water. We would use that as a bucket to grab water and wash ourselves. So I know how it is to live. I know how it is to live in poverty. But I feel like here in America, since the average quality of life is much better than in a place like the Philippines or the Dominican Republic, I feel like people that are religious and coming from places that are more impoverished, they tend to be a lot more humble. Like it's a bit of a tangent, but it'll make sense when I explain it. When I was working at a cable company to provide cable TV and stuff, people that that are immigrants that come from other countries. If their service wasn't working, right, and I would explain to them like, hey, listen, I'm sorry, this isn't working. I gotta do,
They
we gotta send a tech
apologize.
out there. They'll be like, they'll be a little upset, but then they'll say, oh, it's okay, I understand. What day you got available for the technician? Boom. But then if I got somebody here who is, already lives here, isn't from an immigrant, or let's say second or third generation, whatever, they got that level of entitlement. They'll get upset. And it's the same thing with religion here. Like, they'll have people that live here, they'll act like they're better than you, as opposed to people who are not in the best of situations and their faith is something that helps them survive. They're a lot more humble. They tend to practice what they preach a lot more when it comes to religion, if you ask me. It also doesn't help that in America, there's a lot of people who they'll run churches and they run scams and they'll get rich off of it.
They do that a lot here too. They run like a tiny religious congregations, all under the pretext of having superior knowledge about what the Word of God really is. But it's all it's all just a get rich quick scam.
Yeah, and you did at one time have one of the largest cults, Catholic cults in your country at one point that actually spanned almost worldwide, and it still technically exists.
Are you talking about
It's just
Pastor Apollo Kiboloy?
I think it's Pasco, I think, or Pirolo. It's one of the two. I just don't know. I don't remember which one. I apologize.
It's Apollo Kiboloy who is wanted by the Interpol, and I think he has been caught because of child sex trafficking stuff like that. Similar to Epstein, I guess.
human trafficking all over. It wasn't just child from what's been reported. I think that's the right guy. I don't remember names, especially names that are foreign. Don't take it the wrong way. I can never, if you're not named Tim, Bob, or Jim, I won't remember it. What I was talking about was when a friend of mine did some schooling there was a very heavy Catholic in the Philippines, like extremely heavily Catholic.
It still
And
is. It still is.
Yeah.
Always has been.
Yeah. And the way it was explained to me about this when it came to the Muslim situation is, very simply put, that if Muslim people, like those people that show up that are problematic, they are so quickly removed out of the Philippines, their heads spin. Like
No,
they don't
no.
just kick them out; they kick the whole family out. Now
No,
it's not.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Let me explain it. Let me explain how I mean it. This is someone who committed a crime.
You commit a
It's not the
crime, you will be
religion.
tried according to the laws here. That's all.
Yes, but they're instantly kicked out. The difference is,
Oh,
a lot of America's problems is that someone will commit a crime in America, and
Allow me
he's a
to
foreigner.
actually allow me to explain that. So over
okay, hold on.
here,
I have one for you.
Okay.
Let me just cut in for a second. I think I know what you're
No,
talking about. There was an instance.
let Elle say it,
Alright.
then you do. Yeah, because
Okay,
was
go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
okay, so let me explain the Muslim situation here. So basically, we have autonomous regions here, like actual regions, which are autonomous and basically are Muslim reserves. So most of Mindanao is an autonomous region, or ARMM, Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. Now over here in Muslim Mindanao, they have a different set of laws, which may come into conflict with the laws in general applicable to the rest of the Philippines. But they have what is known as a Sharia law, which is only applicable to Muslims in the ARMM. So there is no
Wow, they
conflict.
actually allow that.
Yes, there is
I'm
no
actually
conflict. There's no conflict with the rest of the Philippines. So if a Muslim visiting other parts of the Philippines commits a crime in the jurisdiction of that part of the Philippines, that Muslim person will be tried according to the laws over there. Very simple.
Yeah. No, well, that's what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is, it's not their religion that's the issue. It's the legal system which is a separate entity. In America, what's
There's
going
no
on in
issue
America
here.
is
There's no issue here about that, really. Because the
No,
laws
no,
are
let
very
me-
clear.
okay. I might be miswording it. I apologize if I am. What I'm trying to say is that your legal system, that if you had someone committing crimes in America and Canada, if you are of a certain persuasion, let's be honest, you're kind of slapped on the wrist a little bit.
That's a bold claim,
That's
but
what it's
I see
called.
what you mean. I think I know what
Yeah.
you mean.
It depends on the state.
It does. It's more than just like up here. We have 3 courts. We technically have Sharia law now, unfortunately, which I don't agree with at all.
Where?
I think in Canada, yes, in Toronto. That's not a joke.
Okay. So Sharia law is applicable to everyone in Toronto.
Yeah.
What? So
No, not in
just-
Toronto. Just in general. Just they have their own little section where they do their own Sharia law in
I mean,
Toronto. That's
isn't
not a
that the
joke.
same
Okay,
as what we do
okay.
here?
Citation needed. I'm not seeing that
Okay.
anymore.
It's-
I'll have to look that up, but that was a Rebel News response, so that was something I'd have to look into.
I mean, isn't
the
that the
next
same?
one-
If it is true, isn't that the same as what we do here for the autonomous region?
No, you do something completely different. I actually think, in a way, yours is a little better. But I think what's going on here is that complete, invasion of zone within zone type of thing. There's no, they don't want, they want to separate, but they don't want to separate. The other issue is, like I said, we have native courts here. And I kind of want one brush, if you can, keep religion and, the religion and state has to be a separate entity. I don't
Separation
agree
of,
with one
separation of
pure
church
entity.
and state.
But yeah, no, I'll look into it a little more for you, and I'll look at, because I am Canadian. I heard about it recently. I was like, no way. And I've been trying to do some research myself, but apparently they've pushed that in Canada law systems. They want to create a Sharia law in Canada. And apparently it's happening in Toronto, in certain places.
I mean, we have no problem in general with the application of Sharia law here because it only applies to Muslims anyway.
I don't mind it if you zoned it. If you did the zone stuff, I'm kind of a little more okay with it. But I'm not okay with, I don't like
It's
when you
not
go
always,
through,
it's not always about zones, actually. For example, if 2 Muslim individuals are married under Sharia law, then those individuals will be tried under Sharia law for, stuff like infidelity, or maybe not a real wife, or something like that. So if there's a violation of marriage laws under the Sharia law and those individuals were married under Sharia law, doesn't matter where you are in the Philippines, then the Sharia law is the one that is applicable. Very simple.
Okay. I'm 50-50 to this then, if that's the case, because that's, I don't know. I personally think there shouldn't be any when it comes to that at all. That's my own personal opinion, but I'm a little more here.
If they were married under the Sharia law, under the Muslim law, because they're both Muslims, then it makes sense. Wherever they are in the Philippines, then the Sharia law is the one that is applicable, and they should be tried by a Sharia court. It makes sense.
I kind of disagree on that.
Why though?
Well, for example, if you're here in America and we're primarily we're not a Muslim nation. So if you were to come here and let's say, for example, you and Orc are Muslims, and then Orc does something bad, and then you're like, hey, by Sharia law, I should be allowed to game over him. I'm gonna be like, this is America, bro. You're not doing that here.
That's not
This
allowed here.
this is kind of
That's
this is
not
kinda
allowed here
reminded-
either, though. That
yeah,
is,
this
that
is
is
kind
not
of reminding me
allowed.
of this reminding me of a Star Trek episode. But the thing I was going to mention earlier that Orc said, there is a little bit of favoritism, or at least people trying to play defense. There was a guy, I forgot where it was, where this Muslim guy ended up doing something, and I believe he R-worded. He R-worded some people. and then some coalition or organization that is like for Muslims tried to defend him by saying, "Oh, you gotta go easy on him. He's only been here for a short amount of time. He doesn't really understand how it works out here." And I'm like, "What? Are you
Yeah,
saying
and
that? Are you trying to say that it's okay to R word people where you're from?" Like, and then it turns out that the guy had been here for like a decade or something, and I'm like, "Nah, bro, get him out of here." It's like
well,
straight to the wood
for
chipper.
example, we just had somebody, we just had a guy pick up a girl who's saying, "I don't want to be around you. Leave me alone. Leave me alone."
Oh,
Picked her up,
that guy
slammed her on the ground, and
stomped on
then
her.
stomped her head in.
Yeah,
And it's like,
that
oh
guy needs to
well,
be put. He needs to be put
he
down.
doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't
No,
know. It was her
his
fault,
mom took the offense.
actually.
I know you're talking about. I know you're
Yeah,
talking about
yeah,
his
yeah,
mom
yeah.
took the offense, saying that, "Oh,
It
if he gets angry, he'll do stuff." And I'm like, sounds like you're a bad
no,
parent. Then off to the whoop,
no.
off.
You don't. Yeah,
Put him in
you
the wood
don't do
chipper.
that
Like put him in the wood chipper. You need to go in a box.
in Minecraft. Minecraft Toronto.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Of course, I'm in Minecraft. What's up?
Yeah. We're see. My thing is with this. It's the hypocrisy of the situation. It's religion. All this stuff is being used simply as a tool. Just exactly what you and LCX talked about, and it is. It's a sheer tool, and it's the reason we're having problem. It's the reason why they're arresting kids for saying like incel kids for saying certain things, but yet they're not going after the people online that are like deliberately, angrily, violently stuff. They'll go after kids on Reddit and Instagram that said something nasty, but they won't go after the other guy who, in that level of division
That's
and
easy.
law.
That's easy.
I know
That's
that's
easy.
fixable
It's
though.
because they can't defend
Yeah.
themselves. No, it's because they can't defend themselves.
No, the thing is, you have to fix that. You have to fix that. Like I said, you want to get rid of the internet brain. You have to not allow that stuff to thing. It has to be doled out equally. Justice has to be blind, or it does not work.
What are you
Okay.
talking
And
about, bro?
Okay.
Everything is fair and balanced. It's just that some people are more fair and balanced than others.
Ah, yes.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You
Animal
can't allow
farm
that.
reference. Good one.
But I agree with what you guys were saying. It's just, no. But that idea of justice, like I said, true justice has to be truly blind. You have to have equal, and the balance cannot sway.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Second, it's
looking at what's going on with Epstein, I think we kind of got our answer with that because I think some people in England got arrested over that stuff already, and I don't think I've seen a single arrest here. Heck, I've heard rumblings that Ghislaine Maxwell might
No,
be
you'll
getting a
never see an
pardon soon.
arrest in America. You'll never see an arrest in America. And if it is, the problem is everything that you're seeing right now. Like, I hate this. I'm putting on the tinfoil hat, guys. I apologize. And you know what? I apologize, LCX.
Put your
I didn't mean
tinfoil
to
hats on,
jump
guys.
on for this long. I didn't mean to jump on this
You
long.
did stop lying. Yeah, you did stop lying.
Yeah.
I'm on
No,
you.
I didn't mean to jump. I'm not on me. Anyway, tinfoil hat aside, boys. Tinfoil hat aside, LCX and boys. What's going on right now is it's the same thing with the Somalian guys. It's the same thing with what just happened in Canada. We had something happen in Canada recently that was kind of quite amusing. Our prime minister, our previous prime minister's in a little bit of trouble over a couple. They finally passed a couple things, and now Doug Ford might be in trouble up here too. It's all people that legitimately aren't in the true power base that are going to be fundamentally affected by this stuff. We need to go deeper than that. Even the SPLA stuff that just happened, all that, like, yeah, sure, they're going to get some arrests with that, but that's not going to do as much damage as what's actually happening. Like, there needs to be a systematically overhaul. This is where I agree with you on that one. We need a true systematic overhaul. And like, it happened in the Philippines. There was somewhat of an overhaul in the Philippines, and it sort of worked out so far. It happened in other countries. This can work. It doesn't have to go into complete civil war and guys,
What do you mean
guys.
about overhaul?
Well, you had a complete change of government, didn't you? At that, like, isn't there a complete different head and all that type of stuff? And someone's in jail right now. One of your
No. No, the current president was voted into power. It was a regular election.
Yeah, but that's an overhaul. That's a complete change because the other guy's in jail, right? The other guy's in under Interpol, isn't he? Or
There was no overhaul though. There was no overhaul. Like there was just general elections, and we don't really have like a strong party system with a strong direction like you guys might have in Canada, in the U.S. No, it's all about identity. It's all about identity politics here. Like Rodrigo Duterte was built up to be a strong man. Our current president Marcos is seen as a weak-willed individual. It's stuff like that. It's like a bunch of movie stars put up on the political stage, and there is no strong party direction here. So our politics don't work like how you guys.
well, that sounds a lot like our politics up here in Canada, actually. Like they brought in good old fucking geezer Justin Trudeau there. They brought him in because he was a legacy. He was a Trudeau. He was royal family in a lot of ways.
I see.
Yeah, and the new guy's has connections to so many foreign elements.
Yeah.
It's
So regarding the overhaul that you said, basically with each new president, with each new administration, it's a complete overhaul every single time.
yeah, which is probably better. But is that better for your country or is that worse for your country? Because up here,
it's worse because there's no continuity of government projects. Because each new person that is elected into power will either try to claim that the projects started by the previous administration, which are good, are a product of their administration, or they'll just completely overhaul all the government projects started by the previous administration and try to make it their own. So there's no continuity. There's no guarantee of continuity, even of the things which might actually be helpful for the Philippines.
okay. So, does that mean that your country's in constant flux?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, back to the religion thing on your end, LCX.
Okay.
So, do you want to?
Yes.
Do you want us to answer? Okay. Okay. So the question I wanted to ask is, what is the Buddhist community in the Philippines right now? Then, if you don't mind me asking.
Non-existent. I mean, there might be some small Buddhist communities existing peacefully here somewhere, but yeah, they're basically non-existent. So most people never even encounter them. I think there might be one temple here where I'm from, and there might be all of 20 people there. That's about it.
I wonder if it's seen a lot different because of the Japanese involvement in Buddhism that was brought to the Philippines.
Why? I mean, we don't even have a negative view of the Japanese here. We love the Japanese here. We love our anime.
Okay. I was just wondering because of the whole World War II stuff, and I was just wondering.
We acknowledge that the Japanese were very cruel, along with their Korean soldiers, who were the most cruel during World War II, and we also acknowledge that, that was World War II. The current people of this generation of Japanese people have nothing to do with that. And, we love their stuff. We love their anime. We love their J-pop. We love their video games.
It's very surprising.
There's no long-standing stigma about stuff like that. I mean, we love the Spaniards as well, the Spanish, and they basically enslaved the Philippines. Well, not really. They basically formed what was known as the Philippines. But we were second-class citizens under the Spanish rule for 2 centuries. We don't hold any grudges over the Spaniards for that.
Which is very shocking because up here there's people still crying about slavery, even in Canada, which is like, we never really had slaves here.
That sounds very much like the late stages of Attack on Titan, doesn't it? I'm a good alien. I'm a good alien, but you remember what your ancestors did to us like a century ago. Like what we're doing to you does not even start to repay what your ancestors did to us. So it's only right that you're treated poorly because of what your ancestors did. It doesn't make any sense, but it happens in real life. It's stupid.
That is kind of surprising. No, that is, like I said, it's to this day, and it makes me laugh. Like, as a guy who's literally a fucking mutt, I got enough ethnic value, and even though I'm somewhat white, it's like I got a whole bunch of other ethnic blood in me, and it's like, wow, so I'm going to be disrespected regardless. I hate being a mudblood. It's just kind of that funniness. You'll get treated. It's like, I got family that's over here that's this ethnic minority. I got family that's over here that's like that ethnic minority.
Speaking of ethnic minorities, we have a lot of racial stereotyping here. If you look Caucasian, people automatically assume you're rich and that you're easy to fool. Just get close to you and you might give them some money. Stuff like that.
Oh, I need to take a trip to the Philippines.
Look, even if you have just an entry level first world country citizen's salary over there in Canada, in the U.S., and you come here to the Philippines after you've saved up some stuff, you can basically live like a millionaire for a few years here.
I want that secondhand Gundam merch that you guys got over there.
Secondhand? I mean, we have brand new stuff. We import stuff from Japan all the time. And, we have retailers here that actually sell authorized retailers that actually sell authentic brand new stuff, even pre-orders. So, if you like your anime merch, you go over here to Green Hills Shopping Center. That's where it's all concentrated.
Yeah. Because I have my friends like, we should go to Japan and buy anime. What, you mean spend like $70? I said, no, I'm going to go to the Philippines if I'm going to go get my anime merch.
For
the
the
merch is cheaper.
secondhand stuff, you go to Japan in Akihabara. That's where you get the cheap secondhand stuff, which are basically just the same as brand new. They might as well be brand new. I bought a lot of secondhand anime stuff with the box in mint condition, the figure itself in mint condition. Yeah.
I want my Kamen Rider merch and I want my Gundam merch, and I've been told the Philippines has some of the best secondhand. Like, if you want the cheapest stuff that's in really good condition, go to the Philippines.
Secondhand would probably come from not from retailers, but from individuals who are getting rid of stuff from their collection, and those would always be in mint condition. So yeah.
Yeah, and they're super cheap, and that's what my friend said. It's probably the best place to go.
Depends on what you mean by cheap. I mean, the retail price here is usually the same as what it is in Japan. Probably plus some expenses for shipping, but it's not so much because they order in bulk, the retailers here. So probably the same as what the price you'd get in Japan. So around $20 to $40 for second-hand figure. If it's really a really expensive figure, it probably goes up in price actually. Like my Nagi Sanzinin figures, they're limited editions, the Orca Toys Nagi figures, so they've actually shot up in price.
I also heard your 3D prints up there are way cheaper.
Yeah,
from what I was talking
about. Not just 3D
about.
prints, by the way. Not just desktop publishing. Not just 3D prints, also desktop publishing in general, very cheap. Like the shirts they sell in my shop, in your shop on Teespring. I could get one of those for like 350 pesos. That's like $9, I think.
Yeah.
Give or take. So yeah, the
Yep.
full shirt plus the print is not just transfer paper print. It's sublimation printed. So there's no way to get rid of it from the fabric. No matter how many times you run it through the washer, it will never fade. Because that's sublimation printed into the fabric itself.
Yeah, I know. I've been looking into that myself. I'm looking into 3D prints. I'm working on a Godzilla. Well, it's going to be a placeholder Godzilla, but I'm looking at making minis for a kaiju board game I'm working on.
Just get Ronnie to do it for you and pay him. He's got a 3D printer.
I'm thinking about it. We've had that conversation actually, where we're talking about maybe doing I'm working on a kaiju. I just don't want to use Godzilla. I got to make my own. I got to get my own 3D monsters that we want to use.
Hello to Dams587. You don't bother to follow any religion that got heavily altered from the days of colonization, or any religion that came out of response to colonization, or any religion that is a response to it. I mean, what religion do you follow then?
Mhm.
Or perhaps you don't follow any religion at all. I don't know.
I'm somewhat a pagan according to people.
I never really grasped what your stance is on religion. You call yourself some kind of religionist or something, but
Religionist. I believe in the positive of energy of religion. Yes.
so you believe in the positive energy of religion. Do you believe in what religion teaches? I mean, I don't mean the tenets of religion. Do you believe in the actual core beliefs of any particular religion? The core beliefs, and I mean, the fantasy stuff, as I like to call it personally. The belief in some higher being influencing everyone else's actions. Do you believe in stuff like that?
We've discussed this before, and I will say it again. I believe in the aspect of the divine. I'm not 100% certain on what that aspect is.
So if you believe in the aspect of the divine and you're not 100% sure, then you're an agnostic.
Well, yes, but I do believe in the positive energies of religion. Like I believe in.
That's still
I believe
agnostic.
religion can.
That's still
very,
agnostic,
very.
though. Like even I, an atheist, believe in the positive energy of religion. I can't believe in the positive energy of religion. That doesn't mean I believe in the lore aspect of religion.
I believe there's some elements to it. I'm just not. I can't really pinpoint something. I can't say there were giant men walking around eating all the trees. No evidence of that. But but I do believe some of this stuff is actual and has its place. It's just I don't know how much of it's.
Such as?
Well, for example, you want to get Goliath as a good example.
Goliath is, look, like, biblically, Goliath is a giant person, right? This giant person, way bigger than anything we could imagine. But, you could also go back into history and say, well, people who were like 6 foot or 6'5", even 7 foot tall did exist back then, and those would have been seen as giants historically.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's that's not the same thing. The biblical text is not saying the same thing as what history says.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. As a studier of history, there's some elements to it. Like the parting of the seas. That there's evidence that
just because you can justify it in hindsight doesn't mean that what is literally said in the biblical text is true. Besides, it's been translated from Hebrew, so unless you know how to read it like some guy named Metatron, you'd be at the mercy of the King James Version of the Bible, or whichever version of the Bible you're into.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. It's like I said, the positive.
Later,
I'm going to hop off.
Bye bye.
See ya. But no, the different elements of religion, that's the weird thing. Like I said, it's kind of one of those, it is a very difficult thing for me to answer because I'm not 100% sure, as I've said before.
Agnostic.
I look at okay, if you want to call me agnostic, fine. I've heard myself being called religionist. I've been called a pagan because of my studies of paganism.
You think
And the
there
studies of
may
Lucifer.
or may be some truth to what religion says, but you're not sure exactly where that truth lies. Agnostic.
Okay, fine. Works for me. I've been called a religionist. I've also been called a pagan. I'm fine with it either way. As like a pagan, I'm, apparently it's because of my studies of paganism and I've gone to pagan ceremonies and I've done pagan stuff.
Any atheist who has spent a little bit of time to study the different religions or the particular religion that they disagree with would eventually turn out to be agnostic in one way or another.
I disagree with the practices of some modern religions. I'm a real big fan of warism.
Yeah,
The Odin.
Let's see. Internet Basophil says, you have a positive religion comment. If a bit dated, once upon a time, churches were basically used as a sort of group therapy. The pastor would take confessions and choose sermons to help keep the village society on the right track. So if he knew people were committing adultery, they'd preach against it and keep people from continuing for divine reasons. I believe modern Catholic faith still tends to try to do that, but not a lot of people go to confession.
I do believe that actually is. It's the community that was created through religion. There's a reason why a lot of people that have other alternate religions to the modern American Catholicism that exists now is different. Like, it's almost the idea of the group, the organization, like churches. Some churches, my big negative of certain religions is when it comes to certain churches as the way it's being treated now. It's like they're purposely like, oh well, you can't be online if you're Catholic. Don't do the internet. Don't do this if you're Catholic. Don't do that if you're Catholic. Like, well, where the hell in the Bible did it say you're supposed to do any of this stuff?
They use it to exert control over other people's behavior. That's when it starts to get dangerous, actually. That's when it's...
And then they start flying off the handle, and they'll start saying, oh, well, these direct deposits of, like, the gay, homosexual stuff that's also in there is then thrown around. And that's where it becomes even more dangerous. And then it's like, then you got one group that says this and one group that says that, and then they're screaming the gay Jesus. And it's just like this level of warping from the communal church that was something that everyone would go to, and the power of that church no longer exists. And it's that individual self, it's that division of self that's the thing.
Well,
it's more selfishness now. Like, it's sad when I've heard I have friends who are atheists that do more for community than the Catholics.
I mean, that just shows agency, because as an atheist, you're not being directed as to, there's no moral authority for you as to what is right or wrong. There's only your own moral compass. So you have agency over how you choose to help other people if you choose to do so. And I guess it shows that most people do choose to do good if given the chance.
Well, most people will push that blue button, right? Where that thing I was talking about.
Blue button, red. I mean, the correct as that thing that you're talking about. The correct answer for me would just be to press the red button, because if we assume that all people are actually smart enough to figure things out, or if some influencer actually told them how the system works, if everyone presses red, like every single person presses red, then everyone survives. So pressing blue would mean you distrust people in general.
Yep. Unfortunately, there'd be a lot of women that would push the blue button. I really don't want to see women go away, so I have to push the blue button.
Well, that's a very anarchist take, which I believe you like because you call yourself an anarchist.
I am an anarchist. I'm just not one of these idiots that spray paints A on a wall. That's stupidity. I haven't denied I'm an anarchist. I'm open to the fact that I'm an anarchist.
The trouble is that power structures give rise to predictable human evil, so Catholics keep closer to keeping the community therapy stuff that's good for staying moral. But the strict power structure allowed abuses of power, where they protected the priests after all the molestation. Again, they haven't kept them from being all false idol worship of Trump. The antithesis of their claimed moral guidance.
Well, that's the most dangerous thing that's going on right now is the fact that people are, becoming religious based off their politics. That's a scary, scary thought. Like, to me, that scares me more than anything else. People are believing in their Democratic gods and their Republican gods than they are considering their own mind, and they're being played. They're being structurally played to incorporate a new tool, and when that tool, it's gonna lead to some tyrannical shit eventually. I just hope to God it doesn't happen, worldwide.
Catholic baby angels, cherubs, little nude ass cupids are still the oddest contribution to the religion they gave. Like, why?
Yep.
Well, I think that tends to happen when the religion itself is based on different types of historical texts from different authors, and they don't even all coincide. Like the God from the Book of Exodus is not the same God as the God in Jesus' time in the New Testament, either way. And I think that's been historically proven, or at least there's strong historical evidence to that effect.
Well, there's also the aspect of the fact that, that was a Renaissance thing. That was a pure artistic value of the Renaissance. No one ever, it's very rare that you ever saw any drawings of true Metatron. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying hi to Slim Dim. Hello! Welcome.
Welcome. Like for example, like the idea that stuff like there were imagery, but it wasn't as pushed as it was as people like Michelangelo, Leonardo, and other major people pushed into that. There still were outliners, like you would find books that have pictures of actual true cherubs on the actual imagery. But my favorite cherubs are the Warhammer ones. Mecha cherubs.
Some political guy
That's my favorite
keeps claiming the Iran war is a holy war. That's crazy. I have no idea. I don't keep abreast with stuff like that.
I've been watching the new Holy War, which is the Pragmata Holy War. Hallowed be Diana, the sacred child.
I don't like her design. She's ugly.
Oh, I like that. That's awesome.
What? She just looks like a typical white child. Unless you go for her anime design, who appeared with Pecora a few days ago. No, that one was cute.
See, for me, it's funny because of the attitude. And the attitude's been interesting with this war. I'm fascinated by it, but I also know it's the human psychology of the internet.
This is actually turning into some sort of cultural or religious war as well. Like some of the people who are into Pragmata are into it mainly because their enemies hate it. They don't even like it.
Yep. And it's like, it doesn't make it look a sense because it's just a fucking video game. We never saw this level of holy fuck when it came to Life is Strange, which is another game. We never saw this when it came to Echo. or Eco. We never saw
Well-
this with The Last of Us with Sarah and Ellie.
The
We never
Last of
saw this-
Us. What is that? What was that other one you said before?
Life is Strange
Yeah, Life is
or
Strange.
Eco.
The Last of Us. Those are leftist games, though.
Well, that's debatable, but if you want to say they're leftist games, I'm fine with that. I would go as far as saying Pragmata is neither left nor right. I don't know why there's this mentality. I think
but the right have basically claimed it because it makes people want to have a child, a daughter, makes people value family, stuff like that.
wasn't that the same feeling people got with The Last of Us? I mean, yeah, you really did care about Ellie. Same with Eiko. Same with other characters that had that type of thing.
Nah, what people saw in The Last of Us was I think it was the second part. The main pseudo villain is butch girl.
Yeah, but before that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I didn't say a thing though.
Oh, I thought I heard something. Sorry, my bad. No, but that's the thing. Before the second game, the first game, I never heard the screams that I heard for the first game. I never heard the big echoes of people were like, this idea of a father-daughter relationship that was being created. We never saw this with The Walking Dead with Clementine, and the funny thing is there was three things I never heard. Because I never heard people going, well, people are going to creep over Clementine. It's Clementine bait. It's bait. I'm like, no, like people didn't freak out over that. It's just this level. And now the funny thing is, some of the right are turning because they found out that the actress that plays Diana is black, which
What does it
gives
matter?
me a headache.
What does it matter?
Yeah,
It's a voice.
Yeah, what does it matter exactly? Like I've never cared, this. But again, it's because people decided, like, for example, Avatar Last Airbender recently. They fired all the main cast of Avatar The Last Airbender, the original voice actors. And they literally put for example, Toph, they got an Asian blind girl to play Toph.
For the cartoon or for the live action.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the live action's even worse, but that's what I'm saying.
Was it for the cartoon or for the live action that you're talking about?
No, the brand new leaked cartoon. They got rid of the old cast, the old original cast, fired them all. They actually fired them, and they actually got, like, for example, the person who plays Toph now is a blind Asian girl.
And for what reason?
Because she was a blind Asian girl, according to this.
That's not
This
a
is
reason
actually-
because her being blind or not doesn't really matter if she's just going to play the voice. That makes no sense.
Exactly. Exactly. But that's exactly what Paramount did. And now people are doing that. Oh, they're calling the Diana a DI hire. I'm of the era. For me, I'm of the era. Do you know how many people I know didn't like? I didn't know if they're black, white, or blue. Like Penny Gadget, for example. I was there for when that was a black person. This person was this color. That person was this color. That person was that. I didn't know who they were. I just knew them as their voice. I knew Penny Gadget as Penny Gadget.
Correct.
I didn't care. I didn't care that I was just rooting for Penny Gadget and expect her, Penny Gadget to change the game.
It's like, Tara Strong isn't some purple flying unicorn.
Although she is trying. You haven't seen her cosplay. She is trying.
I mean, I hardly remember what she looks like. I like her voice, though.
Blonde, blue eyes.
So, basically, she looks like her character from Lollipop Chainsaw.
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
She actually dressed up as Lollipop Chainsaw when she did that one night.
Juliet Starling.
Yeah, Tara Straw goes all in. Like
That's
okay,
cool.
for example, the girl they got to play Ariel from the original Little Mermaid.
Uh-huh. Was she a redhead?
No, she wasn't. Although, god damn it, that woman's eyes are piercing as fuck. She has some of the most piercing blue eyes. God damn. It's scary how piercing her eyes are. It's that color blue that just makes you go, dang.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying with the Ariel stuff. It's like, yeah, no, like again, if they would have gotten Ariel, if it would have been a black person, I wouldn't care. Like this idea that you need to get The Rock, you need to get like Samoans to play Samoans in Moana. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. But like, if someone else can do the job, it's a voice. It's not a person. It's not like that's not the person.
Yep.
It's like, why do we need to do this? Why do we need to do this? Like, I don't understand this logic. It doesn't prove anything to do that. I never saw Penny Gadget as just Penny Gadget. And when I found out it was a black actress, I didn't care.
Yeah, because Vin Diesel isn't a tree.
Yeah. And I don't like, and I think Vin Diesel sucks, but that's just me.
Yeah, but he can play a tree just fine.
Yeah, he can play Cuban, quite well too. I apologize because Vin Diesel. A lot of that is this Cuban. He a lot of there's a couple episodes where he's like in that area in the Fast series. But I'm not a big fan of him, but yeah.
Oh, you mean the Fast and the Furious series? Okay.
Yeah. There's a scene where he's with what's her face, and they're in like I think it's like Cuba. Were they in Cuba? They were in somewhere like similar to Cuba.
They go all over the world. So.
Yeah. But the episode started. They were in Cuba, and they were in somewhere like close to Cuba.
They were having a drag race at the start somewhere.
Yeah, it was in Cuba or Mexico or something like that. And I remember like the way he was talking.
I think it was Dubai actually. Not sure.
Or
maybe they go to Dubai. Maybe they go to Dubai later in the same movie. But yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember it, but the way he was talking, I was like, he was trying to word it in a way that I was just like, I started laughing. I said, buddy, you do not sound, no, just no. It's Puerto Rico. It was Puerto Rico. That's where it was.
There you go.
I remember now. It's Puerto Rico. Because it's like the Puerto Rican sports car. It's pretty badass. I actually do like those old cars, by the way. Those cars are badass.
The Fast and the Furious franchise hasn't been about driving for a while. So even in that race, it's just two guys pressing on the gas pedal as fast as they can. Not even any show of skill.
Oh, what was the new show of skill? Dom literally catching a fence and whipping his car around like a goddamn fucking magic man. I was like, when I saw that, I started going, can you believe I can fly? Do 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 do.
Yeah, that would tear his arm off. But okay.
You didn't see that? Oh god, it is the brand new one. You gotta watch that new one. The new one is on fucking crack. They're about to go across a bridge, and the bridge line snapped. So he hits one of the wheels, gets the wheel caught in a fence lining, and then uses it to drive off and spin his vehicle in a way that legitimately gets him landing on, and then it comes out of his wheel, and then his wheel's fine.
I see. But, it makes sense in the lore. Because, he's Dominic Toretto. So, he can warp reality. if it's for family.
It's the family. Yeah. Oh man, it's wild.
It's all about
I watched.
family.
My friend loves that series, Fast and the Furious, and I hate it. I fucking hate it.
Oh.
But I'm forced to watch every Fast
Personally,
series.
Personally, I like it myself. I mean, it's stupid, it's fun, it has action, it has a little bit of drama, and even more action. You just turn your brain off and watch it. You don't even try to make sense of it.
I can't. It's you know what? I could do that with a lot of stuff. I could do that with Crank, for example, the Jason Statham great movie franchise, Crank. I could turn my brain off to watch that. I cannot turn my brain off to watch Fast. Fast is too long. If Fast was shorter like Crank,
I mean, most of them are
I
like
think I'd
only,
like it more.
I'd say only maybe a little more than 2 hours. It's not that long.
Yeah, but Crank is way under an hour. If you can watch both Crank movies, I think under 2 hours, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Like another one
Is
I
that
like
even a
is Shoot 'em.
movie? I'd say a
What?
movie needs. Is that even a movie then? Most movies are at least over an hour.
Hold on, I'll check them out. I'll check the time on Crank.
Last one you watched,
Hold on.
there was a guy with a cybernetic spine. Forgot what happened. Oh yeah, the guy who ran down a building because he has a cybernetic spine. So that's the one with
Yeah,
Jason Statham and Dwayne Johnson. Yeah, I think
That was the one with. Oh, what's his name now? He's a good black. I shouldn't call. You know what? British actor. I shouldn't call him black actor. That's kind of mean. Hold on. Movie.
it's like a side movie. It's not even part of the main franchise. Cause it stars Dwayne Johnson and Jason Statham's characters, and not Mr. Dominic Toretto.
Why can't I spell Crank right now? Can you give me the spelling of Crank? I'm having a brain fart.
CRANK.
A-N-K. Why couldn't I spell that? What the hell was going on in my head? So hour 33 is Crank 1, and I think Crank 2 is about the same time. And then if we fast...
Hollywood needs to stay out of politics and stop making such messages within their media. You know, I think Tom Cruise does it right with the Mission Impossible franchise. He places just enough, virtue signaling stuff in there, but it doesn't become the identity of the main movie. Like the last one, there was a strong female general who obviously is shown in the picture frame with also a female partner, but it doesn't become the main identity of the movie. Idris Elba. Yeah, that's a guy. That's the cybernetic spine guy.
Yeah, so they're in there. If you're looking at the Crank, I'm actually looking at the Crank order in the Crank movies. They're about usually 1 hour 46 minutes. So they're 1 hour 46 minutes, 1 hour 47, 1 hour 44, 1 hour 47.
See?
Oh, fuck off! Yes, I'm gonna.
So it's about the same length as a regular movie. Hey, Renee.
Yeah, and then you get to Fast 5, 2 hours 10. Then you get to Fast 6,
See?
2 hours and 10.
See?
Fast 7, 2 hours and 7.
Over 2 hours. It's a little bit over 2 hours. I mean,
Fast 8.
Look at the Lord of the Rings movies.
Yeah, but I can actually enjoy the Lord of the Rings. Fast and Furious. The Fate of the Fast and Furious, 2 hours 16. The Fast Saga, 2 hours 23 minutes. Fast X, 2 hours 21 minutes. This is why. Like, I can watch Crank 1 and Crank 2, and I'm satisfied that my schlop has been covered. If I was to marathon the Fast series, my brain would melt.
Why though? I mean, it lives up to its name. It's fast-paced.
It's not fast paced when you're 2 hours fucking long.
Hey, Ronnie.
Oh shit. No. See, if they were still 1 hour 30 minutes or 1 hour 74, like 1 hour 40, I can tolerate that. Anything past that is just kind of like, shoot me.
Oh yeah. Wait. This does work now.
I'm here. Hello.
Gerardo left some time ago. He gonna go to the gym.
Yeah. And I got some time before D&D, so I can chat. I finished up everything. No, but I like. See, I understand why you like them. I can't like them because they're way too long after a certain point. When you get to 2 hour 20 minutes, I'm kind of like looking for the door at that point, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna see a movie, I paid for that movie. I'm gonna watch all of it.
Yeah, I know, but like to me, it's like I got to get up and move, and it's also the fact that I got like restless leg syndrome. I like to get up and move around and walk, and I'll stretch my legs, and so I can't sit down and enjoy something that's super long. Like Lord of the Rings is the only thing I can sit down and watch. But I have to I'm into the Lord of the Ring franchise. Long movies just get too much for me.
Okay.
They give me a headache after. Yeah, but I will say this: there's the transport movies that keep my attention.
Okay. Transporter is what you're talking about, right? Yep.
Yeah, Jason Statham, great movies. Great movies. Those movies didn't annoy me, but when they lost Jason, I wasn't interested, and the TV show sucked.
Okay.
Yeah. Want to ask you, what movies make you feel like, oh my god, I don't want to watch this?
What movies? I don't like long, emotional, dramatic movies, especially those about somebody dying of some terminal illness or something like that.
Okay, like something like The Long Kiss Goodnight or something. If I remember, was it The Long Kiss or something? I can't remember the name of it. It's something Kiss, where the person ends up finding out he has AIDS, so he takes a trip around Mexico.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your feelings towards Thelma and Louise then?
I have no idea what that is or who that is.
Okay, you've never seen. All right. That's old school movies. That's old Americana right there. It's about two women. It's about Sandra Bullock and another woman killing a man because one of them tried to assault them, and then they go on this rampage, shooting up the place and robbing banks and fighting the man. And then at the end of the movie, they bravely drive off a cliff to their death.
Oh, I mean, that sounds okay, I guess. I mean, it could be entertaining for a little while.
It's pretty mediocre. I like Natural Born Killers more, because that movie's actually insane.
Okay.
That's a movie where that one's wild if you've ever seen it. It's up there.
I mean, for me, most movies have very little literary value unless I'm watching some anime. So I don't really care. I'll just watch anything as long as it doesn't bore me to death.
Oh, we gotta show LCX Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. There's a movie for you.
Maybe you'd like to tell me why?
It is one of the most interesting Johnny Depp movies. It's a movie about Johnny Depp. He plays a guy who him and his lawyer are New York. He plays like a reporter, that actual reporter from back in the day, and he gets him and his lawyer go to some sporting event, but they don't go normal. They go carrying enough drugs and guns, knives, and every other fucking thing you could possibly think of, and go around go around Las Vegas in one of the most insane drug-fueled runs ever seen on film. It's a great Johnny Depp movie with a lot of well-known actors. They are high out of their fucking mind the entire fucking time. There's this one where they're like, "Hey, like one of the actors, legit. He's like, hey, do me a solid. I want you to like throw this." He asks them to pick up a radio, and when the song reaches its peak, he wants to throw it in to kill him. And he's sitting there in a bathtub in his underwear with like oranges, fruits, and vegetables floating around him. He's like, just as you do it, I want you to do this. I want you to do this. He's like, he's listening. He's sitting there getting psyched. And Johnny Depp just whips a grapefruit at his face and runs around and locks the door. And he bashes his way in with a machete and then passes out. It's the most insane thing. And it's wild. It's next level LCX. It's one of the most wild movies you'll ever see.
Yeah, sounds like it's comedy, action, and probably pretty similar to Wolf of Wall Street.
It is very similar to Wolf from Wall Street, and in some ways.
And I can see how that would not impress me, and would probably just bore me to death. But I'd probably watch it if I paid for it at the movies, and probably have a good laugh about it.
Yeah, it'd be a good laugh. It's interesting. Like I said, there's some visual effects in there.
The thing is, that wouldn't really impress me though. I'd be just like, okay, it's just like this. I am mildly entertained. I'll laugh at it while I'm watching it, but I won't come away from it thinking, oh, it was magnificent. It was one of a kind or stuff like that. I'd be like, yeah.
I would think it is one of a kind. It's not. Well, you could say it's kind of one of a kind. I guess it would be in the annals of movies like Brazil, Freddy Got Fingered, which, goddamn, I can't believe I said that. But it is true. It's one of those weird mindfuck movies. Brazil's better though. Brazil's amazing. Don't watch Freddy Got.
It's a true story.
What?
I mean, I still embellished even if it is a true story.
It is. It is a true story. It's over the top though, and it's crazy. It's amazing. Brazil would be another one I'd suggest if you really want an interesting movie. If you want to look at dystopian worlds and how if you want to know how I feel about society as a whole, watch Brazil. I've actually even said to people in jest while I'm arguing with some government official in real life, I'm like, oh, so I haven't filled up my B43 yet, and they'll be like, what? Oh, nothing. Do you want me to explain the synopsis for Brazil?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever watched it, LCX?
I have no idea what that is, so go ahead.
Okay. Brazil is a fascinating movie about a series of unfortunate events. An individual, just this poor guy, accidentally gets fingered for the wrong crime of doing his job.
Okay.
Without going through proper regulation. So he is justly and then permanently he is executed for doing his job properly.
Okay.
He wasn't supposed to do that. Now, this all stems from his neighbor trying to figure out a way to save, figure out a way to try to justify or bring him back, even though he's been summarily already executed by this point. He's dead. And she's running around trying to find a way to find him. So she is going all over the place getting all these bills. Meanwhile, we get with a simple pencil pusher. And this pencil pusher is figuring out that someone fucked up on that end, and he meets her. But because of his life and the way his life is, the way everything treats him, the way people treat him, the way he sees himself and the way he sees others, it slowly drives him to kind of go insane in the value of like, he wants that freedom. He's trapped in the bureaucracy. So when he meets somebody who's outside the system trying to look in, he fantasizes about her, and it becomes his way of kind of coping with his own society. You're constantly tossed between dreams of him flying in like being in a giant bird suit where he carries a giant. He could turn his wings into swords, and he fights the evil as he's hunting for this beautiful woman that he sees in real life. It is a interesting societal factor if you're to look at the extreme of society.
So it's a surrealist movie. We're shown these dream sequences every now and then.
Yeah.
Meh.
And then in the end, yeah, it's a great movie. It's actually a really. I am selling. What?
Nothing.
I am selling this movie short. I don't think I'm doing proper justice to this movie. It is something definitely worth watching, especially if you're a film person. If you're not a film person, don't really put the. You're not going to have any. You'll get very little out of it. But if you like the art form of filming, it's beautiful. It's a beautifully, really good, interesting movie.
Oh, I must push back on that. I like the art form of filming, in that I like it when films actually have a good story to tell beyond the production and the filmmaking and everything else. The story just has to be good.
It is a good story. It is a very good story. It is a very dark story, though, and it's a. I don't want to spoil it. I'm kind of being as vague as I humanly can because it's.
I don't care about the story being dark. This story you're telling me in particular does not interest me in the least. A story can be very simple and still be good. That's the problem I have with a lot of film critics, story critics. They feel that a story needs to be complex in order to qualify as good, but a story can be very simple. It can be just between one or two characters, and it can still be good.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, also Brazil. I know. The premise of it does not interest me in the least, so let me sum this up. So some guy got framed for something he didn't do, and then he's already been summarily executed, but his neighbor, who is a female, is going around looking for him, and then finally finds this pencil pusher guy who is so swallowed by the bureaucracy that he starts fantasizing about her and goes into these dream sequences where he's some kind of knight in shining armor for her in his dream sequences. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's more a series of unfortunate events. It's more random in a lot of ways, and more open in a lot of ways than what I've given you. But I think that's somewhat of an accurate assessment.
So what is the main appeal of this then? Sell it to me.
Sell it to you, okay. The appeal of this is a story. The appeal of it is a story, and then the idea of the world. The world is fascinating in a lot of ways. It's
the world. So this world that you're talking about. So it's not our world. It's some kind of dystopian society, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's an extremist dystopian society. Yes.
How so?
Well, for example, he has a thing that happens in his perfect little world. What kind of makes him slowly slip into insanity more is his perfect little world is his little apartment he has. His apartment has all the regulations, all the numbers, all the things for food, everything. Everything's perfect. But then his air conditioner stops working. So he starts feeling more uncomfortable. And because he starts feeling more uncomfortable, the when people are showing up, they're like, hey,
Okay.
I gotta fix this, I gotta fix that.
Hold up. How do people live in this dystopian society in general? What is the structure of this society?
It is either it's rich, or poor. It's a lot of people. Like for example, his mother's friend is constantly doing plastic surgery. They got a new face. They got another new face. They got a new face. And they put a new face on another face.
What's the structure of the hierarchy of government? The hierarchy of society in general? What does a regular day look like for an individual in this dystopian society?
Okay, if you were to wake up in this dystopian society, you've woken up at the appropriate time, LCX. You're now at your appropriate time of 7 o'clock. You now have 20 minutes to eat your breakfast. If you do not eat your breakfast, your summarized breakfast, you will lose authorization to your food supplements for the next bit of lunch. Because you took it too long.
Heavily authoritarian. So pretty much like 1984.
Yeah, it is very 1984. Another movie I usually suggest people to watch if you haven't seen it already. It's extremist in a lot of ways, but it's not Big Brother. A lot of it's formations and forms. A lot of it's regulating this, regulating that, regulating this, regulating that. Like, it's playing the regulation forms. It's a lot of them are like, for example, when the big boss isn't watching, the people working in his foundation, they all start turning their things to the TV to watch TV. And then the second he turns and looks, all of a sudden all the TVs switch. They all know how to time it and regulate what's going on, and they're all watching the regulation to do that. They're all like, it's all kind of a system within a system. It's kind of that extreme corruption and that dystopian society in a big way.
If you want to impress me, I prefer movies with actual clarity of intent. One movie I like.
There is a lot.
One movie I like with a very clear intent in how it is framed, no matter what the origins of it might be, or how far it is from the book, if there's any, is Life of Pi. Judging the film itself for what it is, I like how it was presented, because there is clarity of intent in how it presents everything.
Well, I get you. I get what you're saying. And Brazil has a lot of interesting intent in it. Like I said, everything's over the top. The machinery's purposely over designed. It's super big and clunky, even though it doesn't need to be big and clunky. Everything is all to that extreme of extreme of extreme.
And if it's just going to be a series of different events, like loosely connected together, one movie I like is that Linklater film, Waking Life. As it really does feel like one dream sequence to another, and they're all the people in that dream sequence are discussing metaphysical and philosophical stuff, which are all loosely connected. And even though nothing really happens from start to finish, the conversations themselves are interesting to listen to.
Yeah. No, mine would be more of like the movie Wizards. That's or Flight of the Dragons would be another one I'm super into. It was like one of my more favorites.
So which is an animation? The animation, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That one is good. Although I do feel I think it's based on a book, so I do feel that the eventual conclusion, the final battle, was a bit rushed. Like all of a sudden he just remembers that science. I can science my way out of this. I can claim that this doesn't exist because I knows the science. He should have always known that. What a fool. Anyways.
It's okay. There's a reason behind that. That was originally a made-for-TV movie, and apparently the funding just kind of went. From what I was reading.
Overall, it was a fascinating film, though. I like the lore of the dragons, like how they're able to breathe fire. Like they chew on some of these rocks which combust, and there's some kind of igniter like inside of their palate when they breathe out, so that they don't actually burn themselves. And
Yeah.
And it actually provides them with lift because they're so big. That's what provides them with lift when they fly, which is actually scientifically explained
Mhm.
by the main character himself.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I do like that. I do like how that was that. And like I said, the voice acting in that is phenomenal because they had some amazing voice acting in that. Phenomenal movie overall. I like the Flight of the Dragons. It's again, I like a lot of these type of stuff. Like for example, there's a reason why I listen to what I've been.
Let's see. Was this later to them? 587. Hello, Sep. Hey, welcome.
Hello. Yeah, that is one of my more favorite series. Is the I like the Flight of the Dragons. I like Wizard. I like. Although I will say this movie's become more relevant now. If I remember, I believe is it Frank the Cat? No, what's the name of it now?
No
Oh,
idea.
it's from the same guy who did Wizard. He also did.
Also, no idea.
One sec. I think it's Bashkiel. I'll look up.
Since I just
Hold on.
prefer anime movies in general.
Yeah. Oh, someone already get it?
Huh? I said I just prefer anime movies in general.
I do, but I like the form of animation as a whole. I've always been a fan. One sec. Frank Bashki Films. I like a lot of his work.
I was talking about how I like Life of Pi, but a recent Filipino film within the last 2 years, I believe. What was it called? Actually took a similar premise. Let me look that up. Firefly. Yeah, a recent Filipino film called Firefly actually takes that a similar premise to that, and makes a very beautiful narrative out of it, a movie. It won a few awards, I think. You guys want to hear about it?
Sure.
No, it's
Definitely.
not. Firefly is not sci-fi. So here's the thing. There is this poor kid in the Philippines, of course. There's this poor kid who is getting bullied all the time by other kids, and then he's being brought up by his mother, who is actually sick, and then she dies of cancer near the start of the movie. So before she died, she was always making this picture book, drawing this picture book together with the kid. And inside of this picture book, she made a map. She made a map to this magical place with all kinds of landmarks and all. And this kid being all adventurous and longing for his dead mother, he takes her ashes and goes on a trip. He just gets into a bus, and of course they don't let little kids into the bus. But he's kind of resourceful, so he pretends that this older person, about a college-aged person, is his big brother, and he gets into the bus with him. Now, while he's on the bus, he's always every time he falls asleep, he's always imagining these otherworldly creatures that attack him in his nightmares. And then, while inside the bus, he encounters several individuals who eventually they end up on the same journey together. So there's this girl who's scamming people, because she's a runaway, so she's scamming people that she's from a charity. And, she looks nice, so she's scamming these old ladies inside of the bus and collecting funds for charity which does not exist. And then there's this guy who the main character pretends is his big brother. He's always got headphones on, so he doesn't really care what the main character is doing, and he's basically recovering from a breakup. And this bus is going to some far-off area, some far-flung area of the Philippines. And then there's this busybody older guy who kind of likes the kid, and he's saying, are you all alone here? Oh, you've got your big brother with you. Then why isn't your big brother even talking to you? So anyways, these misfits, these group of people, they all get into a fight because of the scammer girl who gets exposed by the guy recovering from a breakup, and it gets all messy inside the bus, and even the kid is involved trying to stop them. So the driver just basically tosses them out, kicks them out of the bus halfway through the trip. So now they are all stuck in the same boat, so to speak. Now they have to work together to get to the same area where they want to go. So eventually it's found out by everyone that this kid who is following his map is all alone, so they decide to stick with him for the rest of the trip. And the rest of the trip is basically about them resolving their own internal troubles, meanwhile staying close to the kid and eventually finding out that the treasure box that he's been clutching are the ashes of his mother. And he's following this coloring book map, this map which is basically just a kid's drawing, to a place that his mother described. And there's visuals of what's going on, which are otherworldly or dreamlike as the trip goes on. And eventually he goes into this island, which, everyone has to pitch in order to get him to this island. So the scammer girl gives all of her savings just to rent out a boat so that everyone could go on the trip to this island, which is actually where his mother grew up in. He didn't know that. But eventually his grandmother catches up to him and tells him about it. So they go on the trip to this island, and he basically lets the ashes of his mother go inside a cave on that island. And when it all ends, basically he writes this book, this children's book called Firefly, which details all of the dreamlike, cartoony visuals which he imagined during the trip, and he wins an award as an adult. And everyone who went with him on that trip are there, all reunited to congratulate him. Very simple, right? Very simple movie.
Mhm. It sounds very sweet, actually.
Yep. And that's the kind of movie I like. There's intent. There's clarity of intent from start to finish.
Yep. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't like it when things get too complex or try to overreach beyond what the medium can do.
Yeah, I gotcha. I like simple movies sometimes. Simple movies can be fun. One of my favorites was I like Gremlins, I like Goonies. Like, these are simple movies. These are, fun adventures.
I have no idea. I have no idea what the Goonies is all about. I know.
Oh God, no!
They're being chased being chased by some guy, and eventually, there's a pirate ship underneath underneath the tunnels or whatever. I have no idea
Goonies? LCX, Goonies is a representation of the 80s in all its glory. To the point that It is one of the most beautifully fun and amazing movies of all time. Despite what my friend says, despite what the person I reviewed The Goonies with originally, it is an epic. It is a fun
No.
children's film.
It just makes no sense to me. I'd rather just play the video game.
Oh, boo. Goonies is awesome. Goonies is amazing. Goonies is just 80s personified.
That's a good idea. Maybe I'll beat the game next week.
Okay. Goonies is like the personification of stupid freaking.
Also
My
has
root
a,
code.
also has a soundtrack that I would say rivals Castlevania's on the NES/Famicom. Underrated OST.
Do you think the Goonies is underrated?
Yeah,
You should hear the real-
video.
hear
Yeah,
the real
video
talk.
game. Yeah, the video game.
You should hear the-
Underrated. I've heard it. I mean, I've seen the movie.
Great movie. Great movie. We're getting a sequel apparently. We're going to get a sequel of the Goonies. They're apparently going to make Netflix has apparently got the rights to Goonies.
Well, that's just great because many of the people who wanted a sequel aren't even with us anymore.
I know. Well, it's either going to be a sequel or a remake. And honestly, if done correctly, the problem is there's no one I can think of that could act the Goonies right now. Like the idea was they're going to use the guys from the Stranger Things. That like some of the cast was going to be a part of it, but they've all aged out of it. So hopefully that's finally done. We're not going to get that Goonies.
There we go.
Goonies is awesome. I love the Goonies. I think Goonies was great as a great story. I like the idea of it. It's a story of kids. It's growing up and it's fun. It's simple. It's easy and it's fun. It's a sweet story.
I mean, I saw it as a kid and it made no sense to me.
The only creepy thing about that story was the kiss, because I don't know if you know about them.
I have no idea because I saw it as a kid and I barely remembered.
Okay, there's a scene. The actress who played one of the characters, she goes to pretend like she thinks she's kissing this one guy, and in actuality, he went into another room. And so when she goes to kiss somebody, she closes her eyes. This kid turns around and she kisses the one kid, and it's actually a kid. And she's like, wait, I'm supposed to kiss it. I'm 21 years old. She's 21 years old at the time. That was like, and she's like, we're not gonna get in trouble, are we? She was afraid she was gonna get in trouble. And he was like, he's like 12 and she's like 21 years old, and she kisses him. That's a full-on kiss.
I mean, that's not really such a huge thing, is it? Back in the 80s.
It was enough to have worry back then. It's still some. It's not really.
It'll raise some eyebrows, but it's not going to get the knee-jerk reactions that it's gonna get nowadays.
No, it doesn't. It didn't get the knee-jerk reaction at all compared to what it was. Like, it got raised eyebrow here and there, and she's like, "Am I going to get in trouble?" Was her main response. It wasn't. Do you think the kiss would even happen nowadays?
Nowadays, probably no, because, Hollywood is way too filtered. And media is way too filtered, and people are so afraid of political backlash.
Yeah. I remember seeing an Italian film. I wouldn't suggest watching it, but I remember there's a weird Italian film where there's some crazy stuff going on, and like, there's no way that there's this Italian film. There's no way that would have been made now. Like, there's just some wild, like from the 70s, from the 70s, the 60s, 70s, the movies that came out then are absolutely fucking insane. And what they would be considered now would be absolutely even worse. So, and I kind of agree that those movies are disgusting. I only know about them because a friend of mine was a film guy, and we went to his film class a couple times, and the teacher would put on this stuff, and we would both like be like mortified. And this was back in the 90s, so when we're going, you're a sick fuck. It's about as bad as when my anime club accidentally showed full-on hentai.
Where did they show it?
Okay, fun story. I'm gonna probably tell the story eventually again. So at the time, one of my buddies, I was part of the movie. I was part of the club at the university, the anime club, and they used to show movies on the theater. Now they were, to put it bluntly, one of the guys there was a little bit of a horn dog. And he wanted to hook up with this girl. So whenever she had an anime pick, they would pick, oh, okay, that week they were going to watch that anime. And we hadn't gone to we hadn't gone to movie club in a while. Me and my buddy were going to go have pizza at my place. We bought some pizzas, we bought some food. We're going to have a big dinner. But we were like, well, you know what? We had a big dinner ready to go. So we're going to hang out and we're going to go to the movie club first, and then we'll come home and have dinner. That was the game plan. We were even thinking we might even... No, sorry. That was a different day. I apologize. This was 20-something years ago, so I do apologize. Wrong. I think I was going to Pizza Hut that day. Were we going to Pizza Hut? Yeah, we were going to Pizza Hut that day. That was the Pizza Hut buffet. We were waiting for the buffet time. That's why. That's why we went to movie club. The other time, I apologize. My bad.
It's okay.
No, that sucks because I shouldn't. I'm mixing up the two times I went to movie club. No, the time I bought all the food and went to the anime club was the time that we walked out because they kept showing the same. They kept showing the same like crap over and over and over again. And I was tired of watching High School Cool DxD, and I said, "Can we watch anything else?"
And what did they show?
Okay, I don't know the name of this thing, but anyway. What was happening was we were all watching. We were going to go watch it. So one of my friends, who was the president at the club, he didn't have a hand in it, but he was bringing these girls to come, like because he had the liking on one of the girls. So he brought a couple people. Everyone they brought a bunch of people. So we're all sitting there to watch the very first movie, and the one person we start watching it, and it's about voice acting. I guess it's about girls voice acting hentai.
Ah.
I don't know the name of that one.
Okay.
It's an anime about voice acting hentai.
Are you sure it was actually hentai though?
It doesn't show as hentai, but apparently it's hentai. Because what happened is
Was it correct? REC.
I don't remember. I'll explain what happens, and then you can tell me. How's that?
Okay.
So as we're watching this, the thing because I know the one girl wants to be a voice actress. That's her I'm going to be a voice actress one day. That was her dream. And as we're watching this, the girl's like, well, we're voice acting, but how am I going to voice act this scene? And it cuts to a scene where the anime girl's fucking fun time.
Okay.
And it's like, well, how am I supposed to say these while I'm, doing such and such? And we're all watching this, and we're like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah,
Everyone's
doesn't ring a bell.
What?
Doesn't ring a bell. This hentai you're talking about.
I don't know if it's a hentai or it's an anime. But that was a very graphic sexual scene where a girl's shirt's getting ripped open. She's being the anime girl's being forced on the ground and giving head. And that was, all of us were like, whoa, 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 whoa,
Okay, so who was behind this?
Okay, the funny thing is, what ends up happening is We have all of a sudden everyone's like, wait. Oh, it's not me. It's this person. It's not this person. It's this person. It's not this person. It's this person. Now I actually know what was going on. Okay. I know damn well that person wants to be a voice actress. So it was her fault. But she was basically, because they were picking anime she wanted to watch, so that they could watch anime with her, because the one guy had a crush on her, the guy who was running the shop. But so this anime doesn't read into it. They were showing one anime where the kid gets superpowers by S&M or something like that, like getting bondage and stuff. And he likes when the girls beat him up and stuff. I don't know the name of that anime either. That was the other one they were showing. We walked out.
Ring a bell. Never heard of it.
Yeah, I don't know. This is that random, very ecchi kind of sexualized anime, and we got sick and tired of it because every anime was that, and we knew there was a lot of good anime coming out at the time, and we were like, yeah, I have no interest in watching this, and neither do the rest of us. So we left. We took half the club one time. That was the time we went and had our dinner. We went there. We showed up and we're like, oh, really? This is so. Hey, can we watch something else? Here, we got a couple animes for you. We gave them a couple animes on a flash drive. They're like, oh no, we're gonna watch this, and we're watching what she wants to watch. So me and 4 other people got up and left. That was the dinner. Yeah, we just walked, and that was half the club turned around and walked out.
Okay.
It was some drama, and I never. And when we went back because we had time before dinner. We were going to go to the Pizza Hut.
Okay.
That's one. Yeah, we had the Pizza Hut buffet, which I miss. I wish we had Pizza Hut buffets. They don't do Pizza Hut buffets anymore.
Your Pizza Hut buffets also have a salad bar.
Yeah. Yeah,
Nice.
but that was such a good deal. All you could eat pizza for $20.
Yeah, I'm just asking, did it also have an all-you-can-eat salad bar?
Yep.
Ah, so it's the same as here. We don't have that here anymore either.
Do you feel like that sucks? I know the pizza wasn't exactly the best pizza. It was just simple meat, cheese, and pepperoni. But I liked it. I love that. I used to go there. We used to go grab some pizza.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care because we have only chicken wings here. In other places. We have unlimited chicken wings, unlimited rice, and unlimited drinks. All for 299 pesos. So yeah, around still around $8 to $9. As much as you wanna eat.
Yeah. But back in the day when I used to have that, I hate saying that as being an old person. Back in the day when we used to have that unlimited, that buffet, I missed that because I used to go for the buffet, have a good time, and I'd buy my whiskey. I'd buy my Captain Morgan rum or my whiskey, and I'd have a good time. And that would be we'd just sit there and eat, talk about anime all night, me and my buddies.
We can still do that here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't do that here no more.
Just
it's
not
all
a
gone.
Pizza Hut. A Pizza Hut doesn't do that anymore, but we have places here. Like I said, unlimited chicken wings, unlimited rice, and unlimited drinks. Oh, iced tea.
Yeah.
All for 299 pesos. So that's around $9, give or take.
Well, I hate teachers, actually. This is one of my main reasons I hate teachers, is because teachers, what they would do is they get the discounts. What happened was, schools were doing this. This is evil. Schools were going to Pizza Hut and asking for promotional points, for promotional cards, for coupons.
Huh?
For coupons for giveaways, basically for foundations for schools and stuff.
Ah, okay.
But what they ended up doing is, what they would do is they would take these kids on excursions or field trips, and they would instead of giving the coupons out like they're supposed to be given out for food, when they went to the excursions, that they were basically slopping out the food, the coupons at the actual Pizza Hut. At our one pizza, the only Pizza Hut we had left that did that, they would plop out the fucking cards for that. So basically, we lost the buffet because teachers were taking advantage of the fucking the generosity of Pizza Hut. So yeah,
they're just trying to exploit the system. Like over here in the Philippines, we'd see that as clever.
I saw it as annoying. I was so mad because I knew, like, what I heard that person say, like, I literally heard one of the.
Here's the thing about Filipinos. If we can take advantage and exploit some kind of loophole in the system, someone is gonna do it. Let me give you an example. AI. Like as soon as people found out how to use AI here, somebody used it to scam several people for a few thousand pesos already. And they're still doing it nowadays. Now it's become a large-scale scam now. Scam network.
To me, my problem was, like, it's not the scamming. I would have been okay with a little of the scamming. But when it was so bad that next week the Pizza Hut was closed down, I'm like, fuck.
I mean, isn't that Pizza Hut's fault, though, for not anticipating this?
Well, they didn't expect the teachers to scam the system.
I don't see it as scamming. I mean, they're exploiting it. Because, Pizza Hut allowed it to happen.
Yeah, but those were supposed to be given away as charitable gifts for, like, spelling bees and other stuff. That's actually what that was meant for. These teachers were taking those and using it themselves.
Yeah, I see that as a kind of sneaky, underhanded, and also pretty clever. Because I know for a fact that if Pizza Hut tried that here, that's exactly the same thing that would happen here, only faster.
Yeah. Didn't you have the Pepsi war in the Philippines? Wasn't that there?
What's that?
The Pepsi war.
Pepsi war. What's the Pepsi war?
Okay, let me look this up because this was a Philippine Pepsi. Basically, what happened is a bunch of there was supposed to be like a code. There was like some sort of money that was given for so many things for the code, and they accidentally. Philippines, they gave them multiple things. It was only supposed to be like one code, and so basically a bunch of Filipinos basically bought like thousands of dollars of fucking Pepsi products to get as many as the code as possible, and it was somewhere in the fucking millions or something like that.
Okay. For what reason?
Well, to get the $1 million. So they basically wanted the million. The Pepsi. What was supposed to happen? It was just supposed to be like one or two cans. We're going to have the special code. The problem is they accidentally shipped it on multiple cans.
Oh, their fault.
And when the Filipinos realized they accidentally fucked up,
yeah, they bought out all the Pepsis. I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember hearing about it a long time ago. I don't know if that was like that, if that was the Philippines or somewhere else. But I remember hearing about like it was just like an insane amount of Euro winners, and they were like taking it in for that. It was like kind of nuts. I remember hearing about that. I don't know if that was the Philippines.
I know. I just know it could happen here. Because if you give Filipinos something they can exploit, they will find a way to exploit it. That's just the way it is here.
Oh, so I guess you guys don't do free samples anymore either.
We do free samples, because, people do have some shame about doing that so blatantly here.
Oh, I turned that into lunch, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, if you use free samples, just to get a free lunch or something all the time, like even the person giving out the free samples will call you out on it.
Oh yeah, I used to come in. And what I would do is when I was skipping school back in the day when I was like 13, me and my buddy would go to the local rich store the store with the most expensive store in town, that like for grocery stores. And what we would do, we would go for the carts and try to get as many of the carts, because the carts started doing quarter carts. So the quarter carts would, I would take the carts and I would cash them out. So what we would do is get the quarters, because people would just leave their cart on the side. Oh, no, I'll get your cart. I got your cart. And I'll go get the quarter. And then we'd collect the quarters. And then for lunch, we'd go in, we'd do a sweep of the free samples. We'd do a big sweep of all the free samples. We'd buy a couple sodas. And then we would, we'd go to the local bowler place and play the arcade games.
I mean, I don't think people would really mind that, even the ones giving the free sample to companies. Because, those samples were made to be given away anyway. They're gonna be discarded if they don't get given away.
Yeah. The guy who did the free samples knew me by name, so they were legitimately just leaving extra food. Well, the guys just left me food.
Yep. But yeah, people don't do that here, because, they do have some shame about doing that. The most they'll do is, let's say, for free samples for drinks, they'll get 2 instead of 1. Of 1 cup, they'll get 2. But yeah, most people don't really exploit the free samples thing. Not when there are other things they can exploit.
No, I believe you have.
You know how it would happen here. How it would happen if they really wanted to exploit that is if they're friends with a person, with the employee giving away the free samples. They just ask for 1 pack of the supplies and take it home themselves. There you go.
Well, no, I'd make a trip of it. It'd be a great way to skip school.
Yeah. So that's how we do it here. If you know the person giving away the free sample, just ask for maybe a 1 pack or 2 packs of the supplies they give you.
Yeah, I get that. No, it was just like getting the free. We get a nice little lunch of whatever was there, and then we would leave, and that would be our like little snack before we get to the pinball place, and we go play pinball and go play arcade games all day.
Yep.
Yep. That was my day. But I'm going to let you go. I'm going to charge the phone. We have D&D in another 10 minutes, so I want to make sure the phone's ready to go. All right, have yourself a very good day, LCX. Thank you for having me on.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. How do I leave this? Leave voice chat like this. There we go. Right, what we do? What this is Gemini. Gemini failed at making me and Bessie dance. That's what happened. And I'm all out of video tries. Look at this thing. Where are my glasses? I mean, we can make this work, I guess. But yeah, it looks too much like Nagi right now. Gotta say, those moves are nice though. Maybe I'll keep it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, and Bessie looks great. That's what I was saying. Bessie looks great. No, I'll keep this. I'll keep it. Okay. Alright. Now what do I do? Let's see, what else was I gonna do? Oh yeah. You know what, let's play some Bloodstained. There was one more thing I forgot to do in Bloodstained, and that is beat that ninja. Beat that ninja at running. Which is what I'm gonna do. Right about now. But first I have to crank up my fan, my CPU fan. No, my GPU fan. Because that game tends to tax my GPU. I'm all out of video generations for Gemini, so we'll leave that alone for now. I'll play some Bloodstained and call this a stream. Or you know what, let's just play some, there's something I've been wanting to do, let's play some Street Fighter Alpha. Alpha 3. There is a very specific thing I wanted to do since yesterday. In this game. Hello, the outliner dude. I use digital outlines, so I don't really care. Look at Bessie there. Look at the digital outlines on Bessie. That's clean. Anyways. He's loud. He's very loud. Hey, we good.
Street Fighter Alpha 3. Select your character. Select your fighting style.
So this is something I've been wanting to do since yesterday. Choose a Fei Long. There's a reason I chose Fei Long, by the way. It's also I can do this.
Hey, let's party. Go for broke.
Why are you attacking me? I see. You are going to keep attacking me like this. I know Kung Fu! I know Kung Fu. And a birdie be like, show me.
It all depends on your skill. Go for broke.
I know Kung Fu.
You win! What a terrible fighter! Sharpen your fangs! It's not the end!
I don't like playing as Fei Long though. Whatever. I just wanted to say I know Kung Fu.
For it, man! You win! It all depends on your skill. Go for broke.
That grab was personal. Oof.
Beat 'em up, guys! Triumph or die!
He wasn't going to block that. That's why it's cheap.
You win!
Basically shipped him out.
Congratulations! depends on your skill. Go for broke.
Gotcha. Flippin' Eureka.
Beat 'em up, guys. Triumph or die.
Wada! I know Kung Fu.
You win. That was only warming up. You prove yourself.
Apparently this guy is from the first Street Fighter.
Get ready, fighters. Go for it, man.
Ooh! Eee!
The show must go on.
Is that so? He's using his Prima or his stick. Gotcha. Wow.
Beat 'em up, guys. Triumph or die.
Gotcha. Wada!
Ain't there somebody who can stop this fighting machine?
Why am I already fighting this guy? I guess he's not a boss here. Whatever. Arigatou da yo.
It's showtime! Face it straight!
What? What? When in doubt, what?
What a terrible fighter! Nobody blink! Triumph or die!
When in doubt, what?
You win! You can't give it up! Go for it, man!
That was so bad.
It's showtime! Face it straight!
Eee! That's enough of that. Anyways, let's play some Bloodstained, like I originally planned. I blame input reading CPU. I tried to be predictive with those down heavy. Fei Long's down a heavy punch. Works pretty well as a long range poke, but I got out footsied. Is what happened. Which does not prevent me from rage quitting. Here's the bloodstain. Was I? Oh yeah, I was planning to beat the Look at her go though. Is this where it was? No, no. So I need to proceed from the Garden of Silence, I think. There should be a faster way to get here. Okay. I'll get it next time. I inverted too quickly. Hit. I did invert here. not the last thing I wanted to get. Well, I got everything for real now. Okay, let's see how fast we can kill this boss. $64. About this shield here. Be right back. Yeah, I think I have enough to very handily destroy this boss. What up,
グレモ
Dominic?
リーも役に立つ。そう。ありおかげで。そう。私の結晶と。そんな。仕方ありません。我が呼びかけに応じよ。ファイル。
Uh-huh.
ドミニク、信じていたの。
ええ、
そうだ、
すべての始
師匠、このため。
Oh, but we've seen this one before. The boss was a cakewalk with everything unlocked. Zangetsu survives. You see his shadow. Pick up the sword. Aha! Too easy. I wonder if there's anything else I'm missing on. Do I have... Am I able to fight the extra boss?
Zanne. なんとか。
いらっしゃい。何買ってくれるの？これでやったー。これでありがとう。これでありがとう。Let's see if I'm able to fight the boss here. Am I able to fight the extra boss? No. Which means that officially I have nothing more to do in this game.
Although I would like to know where that 80% is from. There's like 20% that I have not explored. That place is fully explored. Twin Dragons is fully explored. I think there's like something there. Here we are.
そこさあそこディレーションシフトディレーションシフト
A boss fight? Well, takes care of you in a hurry. Ooh, mystical. Sword goes burn. Basically, there is nothing here that can even offer me a challenge at all. Well, I guess that is about the extent of this.
何か情報は？
私が集めた化け物の情報はこんなところだね。
I killed absolutely everyone. The only thing I haven't done are all of the, I guess the food stuff.
こんなさて何を連成する？
Some kind of wrap.
こいしょ
Spent all of 24 hours on this game. Oh well, that's good enough, I guess. Considering I am now overpowered. Also have access to all kinds of weird swords. And weapons. See what else I can do. Nothing more. That's enough of that. What? Yeah, okay. There we go. So, this is my schedule for next week. So I'll be back tomorrow with Union Syndrome. Yes. Finally, I have gotten woke. It was bound to happen or something. Okay. So, yeah, be back tomorrow with some Union Syndrome. And thank you for watching today. This has been Elle-C with my bestie Lexus, and we're out of here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.